guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
844-844-3388. A train derailed in the Mojave Desert on Wednesday afternoon. Thousands of gallons of flammable liquid spilling from a rail car. Before crews could stop the leak, the BNSF train derailed about a half-mile east of Ludlow, community about 50 miles east of Barstow. About 25 to 35 rail cars involved. County Fire drone footage showing the cars zigzagged across the track in that desert area. A spokesman for BNSF Railways says there was a chemical spill. There were several tank cars carrying denatured alcohol, and they lost several thousand gallons of the flammable liquid. The hazmat unit actually entered the tank. They were able to patch the leak, they say. Denatured alcohol, commonly used as a solvent as well as for fueling camping stoves. County Fire reported shortly after 4:30 in the afternoon that the leak had been mitigated. Fire and BNSF railway personnel remained at the scene for an extensive cleanup procedure. Now, nearby Interstate 40 was not impacted by the crash. The Highway Patrol reported about 2:45 this past afternoon that National Trails Highway was being closed from Ludlow to 2 miles east of the community, and they don't know how long that closure is going to be in place, but the hazmat crews trying to isolate the area for the spilled alcohol there. Train was traveling from Kansas City, Kansas to Barstow when it derailed. This thing was carrying a lot of mixed freight, a lot of box cars, tanker cars. It's all under investigation, but some of the photos that I was seeing from above, this thing, train must have been going at a pretty good clip, as all the cars ended up, like I say, zigzagged, all crumpled up together there in California. Now, again, back to some of our travelers' weather as we roll into a Thursday. Following some of that rain for parts of Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina earlier this week. A very nice day's on the horizon, a very tranquil day here for your Thursday. It's not going to last long, though. As a new storm gathers strength to the west of the area, some locations, areas that got hit hard earlier this week, Columbia, South Carolina, Atlanta. You may be spared by this storm. This one's going to drop a bit further to the south, they tell us, as it tracks. The storm's going to track right over the Gulf of Mexico. Ultimately, it's going to bring a lot of rain to the state of Florida as it strengthens, as it pushes across the state. Before the rain gets that far east, we start to see some showers over Oklahoma, Arkansas, eastern Texas, and Louisiana, starting up on Friday. And it's possible that we could see a small area of some heavy, gusty, isolated, severe storms along the upper Texas coast on Friday. Clouds begin to roll in from west to east over Florida Friday and especially Friday night as the showers break out, starting in the Panhandle, northern and central parts of the state during the overnight hours. Then the heavier rain develops in central and even southern Florida on Saturday. It's going to be a very, very wet pattern in the Sunshine State, more liquid sunshine than anything else. The west central portions of the Florida areas could see, according to a half inch of rain, could be double that along the east central portions of Florida from, say, Friday into parts of Saturday. It's not going to be the best of weekends to be moving freight there in the Sunshine State. All right, since some areas have been rather dry, Orlando has only picked up just shy of 60% of their normal precip for this time of year. You're going to see enough rain where we could see a little bit of flooding occurring. But what we saw like in Kentucky earlier this week, it's not going to be occurring. Kentucky was just inundated. But if you're going to be traveling in Florida, should monitor for rapidly changing conditions, never attempt, of course, to go through flooded roadways. And there could be a few thunderstorms, especially Saturday afternoon, but not really anticipating severe weather. Coming up, we'll have more on what forecasters tell us. They're giving a really early warning that coming up next week, we could see a multi-day outbreak of severe weather on the horizon here. And this is looking to impact, again, a very broad area of the south central and southeastern USA. So we'll give you more on that. Like I said, this is looking ahead toward probably getting underway maybe as early as Tuesday night, but more like a Wednesday, the second half of the week kind of scenario, where all the ingredients are slated to come together again for what could be a rather significant, our first really significant severe weather outbreak with all modes of severe weather. Torrential rains, flooding, large hail, damaging winds, tornadoes could all be in the mix. Coming up next week. That's what you get when you get into the transition time of year, right? Tis the season. As you head into spring, severe weather season gets underway. I think they say, as far as Texas is concerned, March is the month where Texas sees the most tornadoes in any given year. Elsewhere, it's the month of May where you typically see the greatest number of tornadoes overall around the country. But again, we'll give you more on that coming up here momentarily. Under the industry headlines, officials, they tell us, still trying to figure out how 25 people were able to cram themselves into that SUV that collided with the truck there in California Tuesday morning. The SUV pulling out in front of that oncoming semi-truck. I guess the final tally, at least 13 dead, more injured. Of course, we discussed this last evening. Even the truck driver who was hospitalized for moderate injuries. Now, this was a big vehicle, according to the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, but it was still a big disadvantage in a crash because the truck was a gravel hauling truck, striking the SUV in a very vulnerable spot, right on the side of the vehicle. When you look at the video, the front end of the truck is still embedded in the side of the Expedition. It just shows how devastating the crash was. Now, obviously, this vehicle was not meant for that many people, according to the Highway Patrol. The sheer number of people inside the car, this is what I brought up last evening, would have made driving and maneuvering the car very difficult to begin with. And you think of the weight of 25 adults crammed into a vehicle like that. Obviously, it's unfortunate that many people were put into the vehicle because there's, of course, not enough safety constraints. Well, no kidding. Well, they probably only have, 6, 8 maybe seatbelts in that size of a vehicle. We don't know who these people were. We speculate they could have been farm workers. Other reports claim the SUV may have been part of a larger human trafficking operation that entered the country. They've discovered there was a gap in the border wall. According to the Associated Press, they've got some surveillance video that shows a Suburban and an Expedition driving through that opening in the wall together. A short time later, the Suburban actually caught fire for some reason. Now, there were 19 people in that vehicle. They were all able to escape. They were quickly taken into custody by the Border Patrol, but the Expedition was able to continue on. And, of course, eventually colliding with that gravel truck, which rapidly brought that journey to an end, sadly, at the cost of numerous human lives. So there you go, underway here on a Thursday. Hope you've had a good week thus far. Looking at, a very tranquil night for most of the country. Seeing a little bit of precip out in the Four Corners region tonight. In some areas, higher elevations, it's cold enough for a few flakes to be flying, but you got some rain down toward, from, say, St. George, Utah, southern portions of Utah, a few spotty showers down toward Lake Havasu City in Arizona. But again, it's kind of sporadic, spotty. You look up to the Pacific Northwest. It's quiet for the moment, but not too far off the coast. We begin to see a lot of, that's the next storm system approaching the Pacific Northwest. It's going to ultimately be bringing quite a bit of rain to Washington, Oregon, It'll take a bit of time, but eventually rains all the way into central and southern California in the coming days. Changing weather patterns. Our number is 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let's jump up to the calls here out of the box. And it's first out of the box, the world-famous Cool Breeze. What's happening this morning, Cool Breeze?
Hey ho, Steve Areno, how you doing?
I cannot complain. How about yourself?
I'm good. I mean, what can you say for an old retired man that drove a big truck for nearly 50 years, and now I'm fortunate to be able to sit around the house and take it easy. But anyway, getting to the accident you were just talking about. Lo and behold, here a couple days later, I mean, we talked about this last night. They're illegal sneaking into the country.
Right.
Two different vehicles. One got caught, and the other guy, he probably saw the other one got caught, and he says, "Man, I got to go, man. We're out of here." And he pulled out right in front of that guy, pulling a double set of gravel hauling bottom dump trailers, a set of doubles. I'm sure he locked down everything he had. That guy had them pulled right in front of him, and it's a miracle that truck didn't turn over and make everything a lot worse.
Wow.
Because I had a situation happen right in front of me one time. It was a mini wheeler, 2468. It was a 10-wheel dump truck, 35-yard dump truck right in front of me. And a guy made a left turn directly in, and I was behind the dump truck. I was right behind it. It was early morning, and I don't know what joggled my memory to think about this, but a guy in a van, but it had a lot of people in it. I don't know how many. He made a left turn coming from the opposite direction directly in front of this dump truck, and he T-boned it somewhat the same way that this accident happened, except for it was a lot lower speed than what he was probably going highway speed, 50 or 60 or something. But this guy in this dump truck, I mean, we're talking about a vehicle that weighs 60 to 80,000 pounds. And this gravel truck was probably close to 80,000 pounds. But to pull right in front of it and to think that there's anything you can do. The driver can do nothing. You can lock down everything you've got, which is what in this other accident that I'm talking about now, and the guy in the dump truck, he was all over his brakes. I'm right behind him wondering, well, why we just pulled off of this red light and he got a green light and this van makes a left directly in front of him. Bam, he T-bones the van and then lost control of the truck and flipped over on its side. The big dump truck flipped over on its side. I mean, and this guy that was driving the set of doubles that hit this vehicle with 25 people in it that had illegally come across the border from Mexico. Mm-hmm. Oh, and lo and behold, all the people in the car were Mexican. And part of the reason they got that many in the car, Steve, was because there were some 13 and 14-year-old kids in there. And there's only belts for 8 people, just like you just said. So you know what happened? The guy got the Ford Expedition got hit. Over half the people in there had no seatbelts.
Sure.
And they were ejected. Mm-hmm. They were ejected out of it. And the guy pulling the doubles, he couldn't stop right away. I'm sure he pushed, and you can see just the way the aerial view that you see of that set of doubles doubled up, and the cab of the truck, it doubled around. It just everything double jackknifed because it was a set of doubles. He couldn't do anything to save those people, and he ended up going to the hospital too. But I don't know. It's a scary situation. I mean, when you think about 40 tons, 80,000 pounds going down the road at a highway speed, which that looked like that was in a remote area. And then, you know, it's a load of illegal aliens. I saw it. I was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona, and I saw it happen time after time after time when I was growing up years and years ago. They get these these vans or expedition, and they can stack all these people in there, and they have dark tinted glass, so you really can't see in there.
Mm-hmm.
And they were going to make it into the country one way or the other. Come hell or high water, they're all hell bent to come. Oh, we're going to America, and here they come in, and they all ended up losing the 13 of them ended up losing their lives.
Yeah.
Fortunately, they caught the Border Patrol caught the other vehicle that came across through the hole in the wall, which looked like it was barely wide enough to drive a car through.
They just took one segment out of the wall, that one little segment, and just enough to get their vehicles through.
Yeah, it looked like it was just wide enough to get a vehicle through, but it also, I saw like an aerial view of the space in the fence, and it looks like they actually were digging a hole there to put some kind of storm drain or something, and there was a big pipe down in that hole that was right there, and how they could drive through there the way it looked when I saw it, I don't know. It didn't look like you could actually drive through it, but maybe it was a little bit different before all this happened, but yeah, it's a hole, and it's only a hole in the wall. That wall is supposed to be done from Tijuana, which is over right south of San Diego, and it's supposed to be a couple hundred miles of it, 200 or 400 miles of it's supposed to be done. So that was obviously some kind of construction thing there where they were holding it up because they had to put something in the ground there or something. So that it was, and of course they knew about it. They're driving right through it. 25 in one vehicle, and they said 18 or 20 in the other one. So that's 45 people coming across illegally into the United States. And then half of the people, the 13, lost their lives.
Hey, there's thousands and thousands more that are on the way as we speak. We broke down some of those numbers last night. Well, Cool Breeze, good to hear from you. First out of the box here on a Thursday. And our number is 844-844-3388. All right, so what are we looking at? Tomorrow night, Friday morning, and it will be the first Friday in the month of March. So if all goes as planned, we will be joined by the one, the only Chris Gabrielchik, founder, boss man with Hot Shot Secret. So looking forward to that, and of course he'll be here to take your calls and talk about whatever you want. Of course, there's a lot of things he can discuss, and we'll be looking forward to that tomorrow night. I was talking about the illegal somewhere in our industry headlines I have for this morning. Actually, there was another vehicle. I think there were 41 illegals in the back of this truck that they just apprehended here, I believe down in Texas as well. We'll get to that one coming up here momentarily. And meanwhile, you want to jump on board, our number 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we make our way into a Thursday. Up next, following a news break, what's the deal in the nation's capital today? The House of Representatives have canceled their session. Fears of some sort of a militia assault pending for the U.S. Capitol. Tell you what we know coming up right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The House of Representatives has canceled all votes scheduled for Thursday after Capitol Police announced they had intelligence that suggested a militia group may try to breach the Capitol building. In a tweet, the department said they were increasing manpower to already heighten security measures on Capitol Hill. The department says they're taking the intelligence seriously, but did not disclose any further details. Texas Republican Congressman Michael McCall tells CNN the threat is credible and that the date March 4th is significant to those implicated.
This threat is credible, and it's real. It's a right-wing militia group that believes that because the original inaugural date was March 4th until the 20th Amendment passed, they think this is a true inauguration day and that President Trump should be inaugurated tomorrow. And that is the threat we face right now.
This is USA Radio News.
If you're a small business owner and you need to transform your business into the new virtual economy, hire the experts at Get Callers. For as little as $5 per hour, you can add as many virtual staff members you want to your company. They can make cold calls to generate leads, handle inbound calls, set appointments, customer support, live chat, and more. The best part is you have no expenses of computers or telecom minutes. No employee headaches. No contracts. No W-2s. Just a turnkey process for you at a fixed price that you can add as many virtual members to your team as you want. In today's economy, hire the professionals that know the virtual workspace. Call right now and learn how to add a virtual member to your team for just $5 an hour. Call Get Callers now. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. That's 800-765-2593.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here on a Thursday morning. How we doing? Appreciate you spending some time with us. So you heard it there. That was in the quick news break. They'll have more on that coming up here. But I'm looking at several of these different reports. Now, started off with, got an email from one of our listening friends during the program, right toward the tail end of the show there on Wednesday morning, where he says, Capitol Police increasing security. Intel warning of a militia plot to breach the Capitol today, March the 4th. Of course, you've got thousands of National Guard troops still protecting the Capitol. It's surrounded by the fencing, the razor wire, but that's not enough. Capitol Police claiming that there is an intel warning of a new plan to attack the Capitol building. Is this a bunch of hype? They don't really tell us what kind of intel they have. According to the Fox 5, they're in D.C. Sources say they've received an intelligence bulletin warning that this group of 3%ers, as they're called, planning to breach the Capitol Thursday, March the 4th. Now, they also mentioned this March the 4th date. What's so significant? Well, that March 4 is the original day on which we inaugurated presidents. Now, they're saying this is another one of those QAnon conspiracy things. QAnon followers believe Trump will be in D.C. today to be sworn in. Okay. Fox 5 went on to say Capitol Police sources tell us they've received intelligence bulletin warning of the plot. Two sources say officers got the bulletin on Tuesday that it specifically names the militia group, the 3%ers. Members of the group are accused to also have participated in the Capitol riot on January the 6th. There's also some chatter about March 20th, which was the day the Republican Party came to life in 1834. And there's even some noise about April 15th, Federal Income Tax Day. A memo obtained by Fox News from the acting House Sergeant-at-Arms, Timothy Blodgett, indicates some threat from March 4th has diminished, but the U.S. government, they're now using what they call intel. Some see this is just their way of an infinite or an indefinite yet military occupation in our nation's capital. Some are suggesting, where have we seen that sort of thing before? A lot of conspiracy. All right, several other the Associated Press, much of the same information. They're saying, again, a possible plot connected to the far-right conspiracy theory, mainly supported by, promoted by supporters of QAnon. All right, so the announcement leading the House of Representatives today to cancel their planned session in the Capitol. They had been scheduled to debate and vote on a police reform bill today. A House Democrat aide said the police warning based on intelligence might present a security threat. So they're changing their plans. All right, they go into the whole detail about, the original inauguration day, March 4th, for many, many years. I think that actually changed. We talked about that weather-wise. They changed the date because March, oftentimes they had worse weather conditions there in D.C., so they bumped it up into the month of January. But now, as far as the Senate is concerned, we haven't got an official word there. The Senate had been aiming to debate the $1.9 trillion COVID bill today. No immediate response from the Senate leadership officials as to whether today's session will be suspended for them as well. But it's just kind of crazy times in our nation's capital. But all right, I can't imagine who in their right mind would attempt to do anything. I think they've still got 3,500 National Guard. Down from, the 15,000 or 20,000 they had there for the inauguration day. And those 3,500, last I heard, were going to be there probably through the month of March. So we'll just have to wait, watch, and see on a crazy, crazy Thursday. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
What do you say there this morning, Your Honor?
Good morning.
Looking forward to a Thursday. It's almost Friday.
Almost Friday.
There you go. So anyways, yeah. So what do you think about that train derailment deal there? So that's Warren Buffett, right?
BNSF, I believe so.
That's Warren. Yeah. So isn't that the train system that's going to be? Hauling all the crude oil that XL pipeline doesn't haul. So if you have this train fall over and have a spill, what do you think's going to happen when you have a whole train load of tanker cars full of crude oil?
We've seen
wait a minute,
it before.
we can tell that because didn't that happen up in eastern Canada somewhere?
Yes, it
they had
did.
a train that decided that didn't want to stay parked anymore and ran away into a little town and blew up. Yeah. Anyways, just for all those people, and yes, I saw that. I was watching the news there a little bit last night, and I saw that illegal deal there with the expedition. And the video they had, you could read expedition right on the fender. You know, you could see exactly what vehicle it was, and that probably was an early 2000, maybe a late 1990s expedition, and which is pretty much coincides with my 2003 Suburban, which has places for 8 legal passengers inside the vehicle. You know, you have the driver and passenger in the front and bucket seats, and then there's 3 in a middle row of seating and 3 in a rear row of seating. And then behind that, there's a little bit of room for luggage, or in that case, probably stack up 6 or 7 more bodies.
Yeah, lying on top of each other. Yeah.
But, yeah. So, but, you know, when we first talked about this, in a way, it's kind of funny, but it's not. But when I was in high school there, I was part of a volunteer fire department. The firehouse was 3 miles from the school. And during the daytime, when there was a call for the fire department to roll, well, about 5 or 6 of us would get in my 1976 Dodge pickup. It was a full-size half-ton pickup, and it was a standard pickup. Now get this, it's a standard pickup, but it's got the 3-speed column shifter. So we were packed so tight in my pickup, because it's the middle of winter in upstate New York, you're not going to ride in the back where it's cold. But so we're all packed in the front. So I'd drive, and I was sitting right up against the driver's side door. And the only thing I could do is I ran the throttle, the brake, and the clutch. But it was so tight in there, I couldn't get my arm to the right side of the steering wheel to be able to shift the 3 on the tree. You ever heard that called 3 on the tree? The standard shift on the column was called 3 on the tree.
3 on the tree, yeah.
4 on the floor and 3 on the tree. So anyways, one of my buddies that sat in the middle there, he had to shift it for me because I couldn't get to the right side of the steering wheel to get my hand on the shifting lever to, when we rolled up to the firehouse. But I mean, we rolled 3 pieces of equipment there in about 5 minutes from the time of call. Normally 2 to 3 pieces of equipment for a fire call. But the principal wasn't real happy with all that deal with us leaving, but that's another story in itself for another day. But anyways, but yeah, so they were packed in there pretty tight in that expedition there. And of course, the only other vehicle bigger than that that style is the Excursion. And I don't want people confusing that with an Excursion, because there's quite a bit of space difference. Not that there's a lot more, but so anyways, to mention the Excursion, if you remember a few years back there was one of those Excursions that got stretched, and they were using it up in upstate New York there for that for the limousine service. And they had that whole deal of the wedding party in it, and it went down the hill there near Schoharie, New York, and couldn't stop at the bottom of the hill and had the big wreck and all that. And from what I understand, when they stretched that out, they didn't account for the extra weight that vehicle was, got added to it by stretching the body and left the stock factory brakes and everything the way they were, and only extended the lines, the brake lines, the fuel lines and all that. And just left it with that. So you had the extra weight of all the passengers and the extra weight of the body that got extended and all that. And as I say, the vehicle wasn't designed to stop or operate with that much weight in it. Not that keeps you from blowing a stop sign or, anything like that. And I guess the only other thing I had to say is Cool Breeze was talking about, the weight of the truck, being 80,000 pounds probably. And the other night there, Eagle was talking about how people don't respect trucks, driving around, these heavy 80,000 pound trucks. And well, you got to remember, and you used to have it played on your other station there in the commercial breaks and that, there's a deal that people talk about safety around trains. Now, why would people be worried about a little 80,000 pound truck, or even 40 tons, if you want to call it that way, when they race trains every day of the week at crossings where You know exactly where the train's going to be. You know the train can't swerve, and the train weighs over 100 tons. Now, you're talking, 40 tons actually, I think it's more than that. It's more than that for a train. It's more than 100 tons. It might be 100,000 tons. It's big, Steve. It's a lot of weight, and they can't stop for like a mile. So why would anybody be worried about, for Eagle's sake, they're swerving in and around a little 80,000-pound truck that isn't stuck on tracks. It can swerve and do whatever it has to avoid them. That's their thinking. They're not worried about trucks. So,
well, everybody thinks they can beat the train. Everybody, that's the whole thing. If I don't get across the tracks before the train gets going, I may be here 10 or 15 minutes. I don't have that time to lose. So they risk their lives to make that. Then, of course, as far as the gravel truck was concerned that impacted the expedition there, that's what, at least 80,000 pounds. At least. I know for many, many years, gravel trucks oftentimes can be way overweight. Same thing happened. It used to be a common thing down there in Kentucky when the coal trucks, running way, way overweight. So who knows? Well, what the actual weight of that truck was. I don't think the guy even had an opportunity to hit the brakes when this expedition just came right out in front of him. All right. Under our industry headlines, hey, this has got a little bit of a local tie here to Southwest Ohio. Rumpke, the trash haulers, based here out of Cincinnati. For years, competitors would inquire to see if owner Curtis Perkins was interested in selling his business, which was C. Martin Trucking. Perkins is 66 years old now. He's worked for C. Martin Trucking for 51 years, the last 37 of which he's the owner. His uncle actually started the business in 1946. Now, Perkins says, normally I'd say I'm not interested. This time I said, okay, I'll sit down and talk. As of Monday, Rumpke Waste Services took over the trash hauling business. Perkins' business hauls trash in Medina, Cuyahoga, Summit, Ashland, and Wayne counties. He said, it's been on my mind for about a year, but it's been real serious the last 2 or 3 months. Timing is everything. Perkins has lived in Medina all his life. He said he's been told that his customers will be taken care of. Service levels should remain the same. That's what I'm told. There were 21 employees at the business. All but 3 of them have remained on the job. But he says, I'll miss the customers. Some of my customers have been with us 40 or 50 years. I'm going to miss the work. But I said he'd go to bed at 6 or 7 every night, except for Mondays when he stayed up to watch Medina City Council meetings. Even though he no longer has to get up so early, he said, my body just kind of wakes me up at 2:30 in the morning every day. We'll see how that goes. And I said, I'm not calling it retirement, even though that's the word being used by friends and acquaintances. He said the passing of his son, Curtis Jr., didn't have a lot to do with his decision. His son was killed in a traffic accident recently in Lafayette Township. But he just says, I'm going to kind of change course. I've worked with my granddaughter the last 4 or 5 years. I'd like to get in another business with her. So over the last 50 years, they said this guy has never taken a full week's vacation with his wife. He must have been downright dedicated to the job of running his trash business. That's going to change now. He said, I'd like to take a trip down the Route 66 from Chicago to California. Said he has on his bucket list, he'd like to visit Cuba, maybe be out there on the street with all those old cars. All right, well, good luck in your Well, whatever you want to call it there, Curtis. But yes, so yeah, Rumpke trash hauling service is kind of growing with their footprint here in the state of Ohio. Very good. About 9 before the hour. And back at it at 844-844-3388. Hello there, Heat Wave. How the heck are you?
Good morning, senor. Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Just sitting here at a yard in Southern California waiting for a load going to Salt Lake City. I think right before you got the volume turned up, or right after you were talking about rain there on 15 going up toward St. George's. And I don't know if you've repeated the weather on that, but as long as it doesn't freeze, we ought to be all right. So, yeah, I just took some time off, and then it got extended by another 6 hours, and yeah, here I am back on the road again, trying to make that almighty dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did I miss anything in the last couple of nights?
Oh, you miss a day, you miss a lot. Yeah, we've had some pretty interesting shows last few nights. I'll tell you that.
Well, next time I'm taking time off, I'll be sure to drink plenty of strong Java. That way I don't miss a single minute. I was talking to Porn Star the other night, and he said, he called me up, and he says, I don't know whether I'm going to love you or hate you. And I said, what do I do now? He says, well, I went ahead and ordered me the Pluto Duo. I says, oh, you got the other earpiece, huh? He says, yeah, he was just going to get one, but he figured he'd get the Duo. He said he won't be able to use it going down the road. And I told him, I said, you know what, you're going to be able to use it at the house so you don't have to hear the wife hollering at you or the kids messing with you. He says you can put it on get your favorite rock station or your music on and just listen and love it. And I had asked him, I said, can you hear the road noise right now? And he says, no. And I said, that's how good it is. And I had called my wife the other day when I was at home, and I was in town. She was at the house, and I called her up, and I says, hey, can you hear this? And I cranked up the stereo in that Chevy pickup, and I mean, it was loud, thumping and bumping. And she says, no, I don't hear nothing. What are you trying to, what are you trying to do?
Yeah.
And I tell you what, these things are really, when they say 99%, they should have said 100%, because I had that stereo cranked and she did not hear anything but me talking. So I'm really enjoying the headset that I got. So I can't thank Dave enough for them. And check will be in the mail. Don't worry about that. It's coming. So you got Chris is going to be on tomorrow night, huh?
Correct. Yes, sir.
I just remember to ask him, Jacques Semas.
Jacques Semas.
And hopefully he'll have the answer. Jacques Semas. Yep. And hopefully he'll have the answer for you. I asked Siri just a minute ago, I says, what is the translation of Jacques Semas? And she said, sorry, I can't translate Czech yet. And I thought, oh, that's going to be on my mind for a while, because I used to know what it was, but until I moved out to New Mexico, I forgot every damn thing I ever knew. So I did have a wonderful tribute by a couple of ladies I went to school with. They were on our high school class page on Facebook. I was surprised. They had my name up there and said, thanking all the truck drivers in the country. And they mentioned me in specific. And, I really just did not truly understand, I guess, the vital importance we truck drivers have, and those who know a truck driver. I mean, they know. But those who really have no idea what we actually go through out here, I mean, this last year, especially during this cold snap, I think a lot of eyes were opened to, the trials and tribulations that we go through out here.
Uh-huh.
But, we have the attention of a guppy the attention span of a guppy. So I'm afraid that just as soon as it turns better and everybody is able to get their stuff from the grocery shelves, we're going to be the forgotten 3 million again. But yeah, it was awful nice that they took time to recognize me and everyone else out there that drive. So I guess I'll go ahead and I'll let you go. I didn't really have a whole lot to say. I just don't operate too good if I don't give someone a little bit of grief or, speak my mind.
Sure.
I got another 2 weeks in the Facebook pokey, and after that, I'm sure I'll say something that'll get me put back in jail again shortly after that.
Now, the whole question
I'll
is,
just leave you
how long after getting out of Facebook jail does it take you to get put back in Facebook jail?
Well, I think the record so far is 3 days. So it's like, well, yeah, I'll try to keep my nose clean. Well, I'll leave you with a little funny here. Went to the store the other day and they had a sign that said wet floor. And so I did.
Boy.
All righty, we'll talk to you later, senor.
All right. Thanks for checking in, Heatwave. Back out on the road. Go make you some money. Get them wheels a turning, right? All right. So I did mention a little bit of precip out there in parts of Utah. And I'm assuming it's all kind of like elevation related, because you've got rain in around St. George, then between St. George and Cedar City along I-15, some areas of snow, and radar makes it appears like it's coming down at a pretty good clip in some areas. Then you get some areas are depicting snow, other areas depicting rain up toward Beaver, Utah, from Alton to Junction, Utah. Those are all depicting snow on the radar there. Again, I'm guessing that it's all about elevation. Some of the mountainous areas seeing the white stuff, lower elevations plain old rain. So, all right, a little bit of snow falling in Flagstaff, by the way. Little area of snow falling there. Yeah, I got a batch of rain between Kingman and Lake Havasu City over in western Arizona as well. Quickly, as we head toward news update here, top of the hour, let me flip back over. This whole thing about the plot in Washington, D.C. Now, they tell us the Associated Press said the advisory that had been circulating from like Monday or Tuesday in a note to lawmakers this past morning said Capitol Police had received, quote, new and concerning information and intelligence indicating additional interest in the Capitol for the dates March 4 through 6th by a militia group. In her testimony to the House panel, the acting Capitol Police chief said her investigators had collected some concerning intelligence, declined to provide any details publicly because it was, quote, law enforcement sensitive, but she did say she'd provide a private briefing for the subcommittee members. So lawmakers, congressional staffers, law enforcement officials, they're still on edge after what happened last month, or actually in January. And the security posture around our Capitol is at unprecedented levels. Agents said they're looking to determine if there's an increase in the number of hotel rooms being rented. They're monitoring flights into the area, car rental reservations, any buses being chartered to bring groups into the Capitol. All right, let's get the very latest. What's going on in the world around us here on a Thursday? I want to jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC is warning of a fourth spike in coronavirus cases and hospitalizations as multiple states begin to roll back their COVID restrictions. On Tuesday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott announced that he was lifting the state's mask mandate and ending all restrictions for all businesses next week. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said Wednesday that now is not the time to release all restrictions, but that individuals do have the power to take precautions for themselves.
Now is not the time to release all restrictions. I do think that, as I said in my remarks, the next month or two is really pivotal in terms of how this pandemic goes. As we scale up vaccination, we really do need to decrease the amount of virus that is circulating as we're trying to vaccinate all of the public. I will also note that every individual is empowered to do the right thing here, regardless of what the states decide.
This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
A group of illegal immigrants who were released into the United States have tested positive for COVID-19. Tim Berg has more from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
More than 100 illegal immigrants released into Texas by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection have tested positive for COVID-19. Felipe Romero, a spokesman for Brownsville, Texas, says the city doesn't have the authority to halt migrants who test positive for the virus from traveling anywhere in the United States, although officials advise them to quarantine and follow federal health guidelines. Regarding the rise of illegal immigrants coming into the United States, former acting Customs and Border Protection Mark Morgan says,
we're also looking at projected at this rate at 1.4 million total individuals trying to illegally enter this country. Right now, we're looking at almost 5,000 a day that we are encountering on the southwest border illegally entering.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Senate Republicans have moved to slow down the $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill, having the Senate clerks read the entire bill aloud on the Senate floor. The move is something any senator can request, but is usually skipped by unanimous consent to move proceedings along. The reading of the bill is expected to take about 10 hours before 20 hours of debate on the bill commences. Senator James Langford says the main issue he still has with the bill is the price tag. The Oklahoma Republican tells Newsmax TV that there are billions of dollars in the bill to pay for programs that still have unspent money from the last relief package.
The biggest issue on this that we've asked the question on, this is $2 trillion. Last year we had 5 bills totaling $4 trillion. There is still $1 trillion that is unspent from last year's bills that are still sitting there. Just yesterday, Joe Biden announced that they've got all the vaccines they need and they're ready to go through May to be able to have every adult in America have a vaccine. But they have tens of billions of dollars in additional vaccine money in this bill. And we're asking the question, what is that money for when we already have all the vaccines paid for and they're already on their way? They have tens of billions of dollars for testing, but we still have $17 billion left over from testing money from the previous time. They've added $170 billion for education. To give you a picture of how big that is, a total education budget for the entire federal government for all education nationwide is $67 billion. They say they need $170 billion for COVID.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Coming up, we'll get to more of our travelers' weather around the country here, in case you missed it. Oh, my. Welcome into a Thursday. So, yeah, I can see the weekend on the horizon. And more of our industry headlines ahead as well. And lines available around the country. If you want to dial us up, it's 844-844-3388. So we are all well familiar with February, the brutal winter that we dealt with, even into the deepest southern portions of the country. Yeah, it's been relatively calm at the start of March. Believe it or not, this past day, they tell us, there were, according to the national radars, for a period of time, there was virtually no precipitation across the lower 48. Again, for a period of time on Wednesday. That's about as quiet as it gets for the month. Now, we had a few snow squalls across the Northeast, and of course, we saw the flooding that inundated Kentucky as we started the month of March. But March has come in more like a lamb versus the proverbial saying that March comes in like a lion and out like a lamb. We're getting kind of an early warning, though, from forecasters here, really early. An alert that the tranquil weather pattern is going to change in a big way next week. A large storm system may emerge from the western U.S., strengthening over the central states next week, potentially. We could be facing a multi-day severe weather outbreak. Big storms, not uncommon in the month of March. This is the transition month where you get the surging warm air coming in from the south, clashing with some of the lingering areas of cold air as the jet stream remains very strong overhead. But these are the ingredients that set the stage for major weather systems to take shape. The circulation of the storm may produce a broad area of strong winds from the Rockies to the plains in the Midwest, even outside any damaging thunderstorms that might ignite. We could be talking snow and blizzard conditions on the northern flank of the storm. In the warm southern and eastern sectors of the storm, it may be a severe weather risk. Now, we're expecting a pattern change to evolve next week that favors building warmth over the southern and central states, heightening that risk of severe weather, increasing during the middle and latter portions of the week in these same areas. All forms of severe weather, from flash flooding to large hail to high winds and isolated tornadoes, are possible at this point in time, they tell us. Actually, the year of 2021 off to a rather slow start when it comes to tornadic activity. The numbers from January 1 to March 1, a total of 24 confirmed tornadoes by the National Weather Service. Now, that is the lowest number of tornadoes compared to the last 16 years, according to the Storm Prediction Center. That may change next week. As you transition from winter to the severe weather season, That could be a big adjustment any year, but especially for this upcoming spring after the cold, the snow, the ice wreaking havoc on the south central states, where losses related to that storm approach $155 billion, they tell us. So right now, it's still a bit too far out. The overall scope and intensity, it's in question. The period we're talking about is almost a week away. But they are advising already, kind of unusual for the Storm Weather Service offices to say, people in the central and southern states, you want to get ready, review your severe weather preparedness plans, since we've got the first potential large-scale threat on deck. We may be talking 2 rounds of severe weather, one by the main storm Wednesday into Wednesday night, the other from a secondary storm Friday into Friday night. The severe weather from both of those systems may impact some of the same areas, kind of overlapping like a 1-2 punch. There could be some locally severe storms even in between those 2 main events over the central states, perhaps as early as Tuesday evening in portions of western Texas and Oklahoma. All right, things really begin to ramp up as you get into the month of March. Texas, you typically experience the greatest number of tornadoes of any state during the month of March, as well as annually based on the data. Yeah, not only because, of course, it's a very large state compared to the other lower 48, but the Lone Star State, you're right there in the portion of the country where the ingredients come together for severe weather. Warm, moist air from the Gulf colliding with the dry air coming out of the deserts. That's a recipe for dangerous weather conditions. So obviously they're going to be closely monitoring over the next several days as we head into next week. But so it kind of sounds like we may have plenty of weather-related information to be passing your way in the coming week. All right, let's move on, get back to the calls here on a Thursday morning. Who's next up? Well, there's Chevy Guy checking in. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Well, good morning, sir. Going to try not to stutter so much. My girl cousin is suffering from cancer called. I missed a good part of the show a while back, and that daytime I went in and listened to it. I said, man, I really appreciate y'all giving me a voice, because I am not let's put it this way, I keep my day job. There's no way here's my point. All right, now we all know the left, they don't say nothing about, BLM, Antifa, they don't say anything about, Louis Farrakhan and his group and the threat that they are. But, on the news, they were talking about how the right is a threat. And yes, there's nothing we can do. We cannot control who votes in this country. Anybody can register to vote. And if they want to participate in that far right stuff, they don't represent Trump or the megas in any way, shape, or form. They can claim so, but it ain't fact. They lit their hand. They showed their hand a while back, and I think it's something, because think about it. The Capitol is surrounded by this great big wall, razor wire, and our troops. Mind you, the American people's sons and daughters are out there in the yard, okay? All right, now this far-right group, earlier when they put the troops up there, if you remember, Nancy Pelosi wanted the troops to be vented to see if they had any ties to the far right-wing groups. Well, think about it. It would have to be somebody possibly with bazookas, tanks, some kind of rocketry to bridge the Capitol. So I think they are truly afraid. They're not saying it, but like I said, the only way anybody bridge what they've got right now would have to be somebody with actual military capabilities.
Sure.
Also, do you think, sir, that Donald Donald J. Trump would accept the office if it come to killing some of our electorate. Do you think they would actually do that?
I'd say
I can't see Donald Trump.
I would say absolutely not. Hell no.
Well, there you go. And yeah, I'm getting some of these feeds ironically from it doesn't matter, a black man that I love him dearly, but yeah, he said you watching March, so he's falling for this stuff. So I don't know if it's all white people, but no, there's nothing. We have nothing to account for if our elections have been stolen. We are vulnerable for that, and I don't see anything happening until 2 years. And if we actually have the ability to the voters actually having the power of their vote work in this country, maybe in 2 years they'll finally pass something that will lock down the legitimacy of an American voter, a citizen's vote. But no, I think that I just be repeating myself from here on out. But if there's a real threat with what they have up there today, now I can justify why they've got those fences up and why they expended the money to put those fences up. And at the end of the day, when it comes to politics in the United States of America, everybody gets to go home to their families. And that's America. Democrat is not my enemy. That's all it is, but they sure do feel like making me, because I supported Donald Trump, that I'm an enemy of the United States. I'm sorry, that's not a fact. And I just pray for what's going on. If they're actually, I mean, face it, if nothing happens, the law enforcement's going to look awful foolish. Of course, we got the hearings up there, and you've got FBI director up there saying there's no threat, no activity from Antifa or BLM on any of this stuff. Guess what? Antifa is the right wing also. They're right. It's a group of. There's no one group that's Antifa. There's a video out there that has a former Antifa member that actually described what it was. It's a mixture of all different kinds of groups. That if you put them all in a bag, they'd all start killing one another.
Wow.
But because they have the main goal of overthrowing our form of government, basically our Constitution, which would take our vote, the American people having control over its government. So bottom line, they are not much better than the Democrats right now that are doing the same thing. But at the same time, I want to vote a Democrat out, send him home to his family. I don't want to put anybody in boxes.
Yep.
So after that, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the show, Tim.
All right, Chevy Guy. Hey, good to hear from you. I guess so. That sounds like the old mentality of the, how did it go? The enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. All right, so I'm kind of pondering. I said, yeah, who the hell is, or who are the 3%ers? Did a little research here, which points out 3%ers are part of a militia movement which supports the idea of a small number of dedicated patriots protecting Americans from government tyranny. Like the patriots of the American Revolution protected early Americans from British tyranny. The 3%er concept, created in 2008, is based on an inaccurate historical claim that only 3% of Americans fought in the Revolutionary War against the British. That's not true. 3%ers may join or form traditional militia groups, but often form non-paramilitary groups or online networks. Many are not associated with any particular groups. But they say the 3%er concept both contributed to and benefited from the resurgence of the militia movement that started in 2008. Now, because many adherents to the militia movement strongly support President Trump in recent years, 3%ers have not been as active in opposing the federal government, directing their ire at other perceived foes, including leftists, a.k.a. Antifa, and immigrants. 3%ers have been active in 2019 and 2020 in reaction to a range of issues, attempts to pass state-level gun control measures, state-imposed restrictions and lockdowns in regards to the COVID, the protests that have taken place around the country last summer in regards to the whole George Floyd scenario. They say 3%ers have a track record of criminal activity, ranging from weapons violations to terrorist plots and attacks. So anti-government extremists. All right. The term itself is a reference to that belief that, again, only 3% of Americans fought in the Revolutionary War. So that's kind of like the highlights. Now they then go down and much more in-depth detail as to what's going on with this particular group. I don't know any 3%ers, but all right. And I have no idea how many so-called 3%ers might be out there in this country. Just don't know. But that's the name of the group. The intelligence bulletin is highlighted for not only today, I guess they updated it yesterday, saying 4th, 5th, and 6th. We'll see. Now, Chevy Guy also brought up the election laws. We've talked about this H.R. 1 in recent days. It's come up a couple times this week. Representative Jody Hice of Georgia this past day, lashing out at Democrats in the House for this latest election law proposal, to which he says H.R. 1 is dedicated to Democrats controlling election system and cancels the vote of legal citizens. It's a horrible bill, says the 60-year-old Republican. The design really is to empower the Democrat control over election systems. It's weaponizing agencies to target individual citizens, conservatives and their donors. It totally upends the election laws of the individual states, takes away the states' rights. Now, this is some of the key ingredients. What's actually in there? Several provisions that most Democrats routinely promote, such as one involving so-called motor voters. That's been around for years. Automatically registering a person when he or she obtains or renews their driver's license. Another provision bans identification requirements to vote. Did you catch that? There are 33 states right now that do require you to prove who you are to vote. Voter ID. Federal government wants to tell all those states you cannot have anyone have to show proof of who they are to vote. There's another provision that calls for the expansion of mail-in ballots. Furthermore, there's a provision that would provide $6 of taxpayer money for every $1 raised by a candidate. So we're talking national mail-in ballots to everyone on the voter registration files all over the nation. 0 voter ID. Imagine, no ID and millions of illegal voters receiving ballots. This upends everything. It cancels the vote of legal citizens where one legal cast, one legal vote counted. That all disappears, he says, with H.R. 1. So for the gentleman kind of inquired earlier this week about it, we tried to break some of it down. the story. I did not see that provision about eliminating voter ID. Yet no state's allowed to ask for an identification of who's wanting to cast the ballot. You just go in and, hey, I want my ballot. Hey, good morning, Pappy. What's happening?
How you doing, Steve? Here a vote, there a vote, everywhere a vote, vote. Anyway, I was just driving around out here in the western part of Hamilton County. Did you see the moon tonight by chance?
I have not.
And crawled out of that bunker yet, huh? That was looking pretty sharp anyway. Hey, a couple things. Number one, this stimulus package. Listen, I'm not a mathematician, but let's just round it off to $2 trillion.
Correct.
Okay. There's roughly 300 million people in the United States, right?
Yeah, 330, something like that. Yeah, right, sure.
Yeah, 330. Since we rounded up on the trillion, I figure we round down a little bit on the population. Roger that?
Okay.
You divide 2 trillion into 300 million. That is $6,666,000 that can be given to each and every citizen, baby, child, teenager, adult in this country. $6 million. You might want to check my math.
I saw someone had posted something along that line. I did not check the math. I don't know. I have a sneaky suspicion if we check the math, it wouldn't be that big. There's probably a few too many zeros in the mix. I don't know, but yeah, those numbers are too big for me to do in my head. That's for damn sure.
Well, yeah. That's why I said you might want to double check me. But if that's true, I mean, you talk about inflation. Just think if everybody had $6 million.
Well, yeah, right.
That would do with inflation. And that's the money they're talking about here. Hey, number two, the other night you were talking about the fraud going around. Steve, I am telling you, this unemployment fraud is off the hook. Off the hook, man. So beware out there. I'm telling you. I mean, we got reports coming in. It's just left and right. About 3 months ago, I went to a run where this guy was calling about some bank fraud. Now I can't remember if he said he was on the phone with this guy or if he was actually on a Zoom chat via his computer with this fraudster. Anyway, he conned him into getting into his bank account via the computer, right? And as soon as he logged on, he seen his $22,000 that he had in his bank account go down to zero.
Uh-oh.
Think about that. That is how tech savvy these people are. When they got him to log into his account, they got into his account. They were able to access his account and literally took every penny out of that account. Absolutely crazy. So, man, I'm telling you, just beware. You get any phone calls from anybody, wanting you to get into your account or do this or do that, man, I'd be getting a name and number or getting at least a name, hang up, call a phone number that that is attached to your bank, and ask to speak to that person or ask them if this call was real. It's crazy.
I've heard about the scams targeting the older people or whatever, where they call up and tell them that typically like their granddaughter or grandson had been arrested, and you got to send them the money. And they're actually someone's physically going to their address to get the cash from the people.
Yep, see that a lot. They will actually get names of police officers and call that person and say, hey, this is so-and-so with this department.
Yeah.
Your son's been arrested. If you want to bail him out, you need to go to Kroger's, get some of these prepaid credit cards, and just, man, All of that. Any of that is all fraud. Don't buy into it.
Don't buy into it. Yeah. Well, they target the elderly people, and they're supposedly they're very, very convincing. They had a local case just over I saw it in the news last week. I think this guy lost $10,000, something. It's just. All right, with that, we get a news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The House passed a sweeping election reform bill late Wednesday night. The For the People Act of 2021 passed the chamber by a 220 to 210 vote. Some of the provisions in the bill include automatic voter registration, mandates for early voting periods, and the restoration of voting rights for some felons. Democrats say the legislation is necessary as Republican-controlled state legislatures have proposed a number of changes to their voting laws since the election last November. In a speech on the House floor, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said Democrats were using the bill to make sure they get reelected. The measure heads to the Senate, where it's expected to meet stiff resistance from Senate Republicans. And the House of Representatives have also canceled all votes scheduled for Thursday after Capitol Police announced they had intelligence that suggests a militia group may try to breach the Capitol building. In a tweet, the department said they were increasing manpower to already heightened security measures on Capitol Hill. Police say they are taking the intelligence seriously, but did not disclose any further details. This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So you heard it right there, HR1. Passing in the House here just a few hours ago. Yeah, late night hours on a Wednesday as they finished up. Not going to be in session today in the House due to the threat at the Capitol. And then, of course, she goes on to say they expect to meet fierce opposition to the bill from Senate Republicans. Yeah, they will receive that fierce opposition, but we all know it's a 50-50 split. And I'm not sure, is this a piece of legislation where a simple majority can move it on? Or do they have to have some Republicans join in? I'll have to double check on that because I'm not 100% sure. Then someone sent me a message, Q-Ball sent me a message in regards to that truck that impacted the expedition full of illegals there, 25 people in the vehicle. He said, I think the gravel truck was empty. I was thinking it was a loaded gravel truck. I said, the air footage shows this. KTLA News out of L.A. says the seats in that vehicle had been removed so they could make room for all those people in there. So they were all just packed in like sardines, I guess. All right. Okay. Thank you very much there, Q-Ball. You have a great day as well. All right, before we get back to the calls here, let me quickly jump over to the industry headlines from our friends at OOIDA. The outlook for the proposed FMCSA pilot program to evaluate additional split sleeper options it's looking kind of murky now. January 14, the previous administration issued a news release saying the agency planned to start this split sleeper pilot program. Looking at split sleeper options, the 6 and 4 or the 5 and 5. Now, at that time, a notice of proposed pilot program was expected to be published in the Federal Register soon after. However, the notice did not make its way to the Federal Register before the new administration took over on January 20th. And it appears the pilot program is stalled. So the split sleeper pilot program, the news release can still be found on the FMCSA website, which is now dated January 21, but the public can no longer access the link to the notice. In response to a question about the status of the proposal from Landline, we heard from an FMCSA spokesperson citing the Biden administration's January 20th regulatory freeze pending review. So with respect to the rules that have been sent to the Office of the Federal Register but not published in the Federal Register, immediately withdraw them from the OFR for review and approval. That withdrawal must be conducted consistent with the OFR procedures, according to the memo. For rules that had been published in the Federal Register, the regulatory freeze memo directed those agencies to postpone the rules or the effective dates pending a 60-day review. So whether or not they will move forward with the pilot program under the new administration, I guess, it's Pete Buttigieg that's going to be involved in that. And the FMCSA administrator, during the Transportation Secretary's confirmation, Pete Buttigieg, he did not give a definitive answer when he was asked about the future of the split sleeper pilot program. Pretty like most of the questions they asked him, he just answered the same way, which was, I look forward to meeting with stakeholders, blah, 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 and looking at whether this would be a positive thing. So just kind of a dancing around. Didn't commit to anything pretty much across the board. But so you're up to speed on that. And back to the phones we go. What you got going on this morning, Eagle?
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm out here in California, so I'm gonna discuss this situation with happened with this vehicle with 25 individuals in it first, and then I'm gonna talk about Texas again about this situation with the governor so-called opening the state back up. But let me start with this California deal. I'm out here in LA right now, Steve, not far away from where this incident took place at, and they're talking about it on the LA radio stations. I don't know if you heard this or not, but they said that this vehicle was a runaway vehicle that they had seen. They got surveillance cameras seeing this vehicle coming to the U.S. from Mexico through a opening in the wall or the gate that surrounds California and Mexico. This vehicle was illegally entered the United States, and it was, like you say, it was packed full of 25 individuals. I don't know about what Q Ball said. He said the seats were taken out. That's probably the only way you can get 25 people into I think it was a Ford Expedition vehicle, they said. So I see no way that you can get that many individuals in a car with the seats in it. So they probably did have the seats out of there. And that's why none of these people were in seat belts. They probably took them out of the vehicle too. That's why they were thrown out of the vehicle when they got hit. But it appears to me, from what they're saying in California, they still investigate the scene, but it looks like this vehicle ran a red light, a stop sign, or something, and he got T-boned because I don't know if you've seen the video, but the truck hit the driver's side door of this car. So that tells me that he had to run an intersection or a red light. Well, what'd you say?
Yeah, that is correct. Yes.
Hello? Yeah, that vehicle was, like I said, it was a runaway vehicle. It shouldn't have been in the U.S. to begin with. It was packed full of 25 individuals that were here illegally, and it was that's what happened. They weren't abiding by the rules and regulations here in the U.S., and it resulted in 13 to 15 people losing their lives. It's a shame it had to happen, but like I said before, you're going to see more incidents like this taking place under this current administration because Joe Biden will not put his foot down and let these individuals know that they can't just bogart their way into the United States. Like I said, Steve, I grew up in the state of Texas. I have Mexican friends. My girlfriend is from Mexico. I have no problem with people coming to this country, long as they come to this country the right way and the legal way. Everybody deserves an opportunity to better their family and better themselves. And if it means to come into the U.S., then I have no problem. But you have to come in the right way. You cannot force your way in, come in illegally, and especially under the circumstances we have right now with the coronavirus. We don't know who these people are. We don't know if they had a virus. We don't know if they escaped prison. We don't know if they're rapists. We don't know nothing about these people. You can't just allow somebody to come in. I'm just going to give you an example. If somebody knocked on your door tonight, Steve, or anybody else is listening tonight, and asked you if they can sleep in your home, and you don't know who this man is, you just say, "Oh yeah, come on in. You can sleep in my extra bedroom tonight." I don't think you're going to let that man come into your home and sleep in there. You know nothing about this guy.
Hell
he could have just walked out of a state penitentiary for all you know. What'd you say?
I said, hell no. You don't like. That's why we have locks on our doors. That's why we have doors on our house. That's why Donald Trump said you need a wall. Yeah, you have a wall, you have a door, and you don't come through that door unless you're invited. And these people aren't invited.
That's what I'm trying to say. They coming in illegal. They coming in the wrong way. Like I said, there's a right way and a wrong way. If you want to come in the right way, do the proper paperwork, wait your turn in line, and if you if they decide that you are welcome in today, then I have no problem with this man becoming a U.S. citizen. But I have a big problem with somebody bogarting their way into this country and forcing their way in and coming in illegally. It's not acceptable, and it's not right, and simple as that. And like I say, California got a real big problem out here with this situation, and it's going to continue to happen. Now, let's talk about what's going on in Texas right quick, Steve. I told you last night, and a lot of other people, the one guy called in from Florida and said he didn't agree with the situation in Florida with things opening up. And I don't agree with what's going on in Texas. But here's the predicament that we're going to have in Texas. One guy brought it up on the radio today on another show, is that people are under the assumption that all restaurants, stores, or whatever is going to be open. Yes, they are. But individual restaurants, businesses, they still have the right to not allow you into their business if you don't have a facial mask on your face. Just because Governor Abbott said that he was not mandating a mask ordinance does not mean that restaurants, if they feel the need to continue having their people that come to their restaurant have a mask on, they have the right to deny service to you. Did you hear about that, Steve?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, they have the right to deny you service in their business because Governor Abbott, he does not control all the business. These people have the right to determine who comes into their business. If they say that you're not allowed in without a mask, you have to leave, or you subject to being arrested. It's simple as that. Now, like I said before, like I told you last night, Steve, the virus has not gone away. Mm-hmm. The guy that just called in before me, I made the comment last night that I was going to continue to wear my mask until the virus go away, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. If people don't want to wear a mask, that's their belief, that's their opinion. As long as I continue to see people die, they say that we still got 2,000 people dying in the United States every day. That's enough for me to continue wearing my mask. It might not be enough for other people, but that's on them. But if this is a life and death situation, and I like living, and if I think a mask, whether it's Dr. Fauci, anybody else say so, I'm wearing a mask to protect me and my family, and that's the way it should be. And if the states want to open up, like I heard one guy say on the Rush Limbaugh show, yes, I agree with what the guy said. The government should not be able to mandate, who wears a mask. That should be a personal, up to the person, me and you, to make that decision on whether you want to wear a mask. The government or the state that you live in shouldn't be able to do that. And that's one thing I do agree with Governor Abbott on. The people of Texas deserve the right to determine if they want to wear a mask or not. And if a business don't want you in their business, then you have to take your business elsewhere. And it's simple as that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Thank you much, Eagle. Have a great morning. About 12 before the hour. All right, let me see. We were talking, Pappy was talking unemployment. I'm looking at some of my messages. And Rick said, our unemployment director in Columbus resigned. Is that because of all the fraud maybe that's going on with it? Miguel said, I did the math. You're talking about the $2 trillion and how much money that would allow to be allocated to go around. So it breaks down to like $6,060.61. Yeah, I thought there was a few too many zeros when you take 300 million times 6 million, right? Let me see. What would happen if H.R. 1 was to backfire on the Democrats? That's a good question. I don't know that it could. Yeah, the idea of however many millions of illegals, everyone who gets a license, technically illegals when they do the whole motor voter thing. Yeah, this is pretty much stipulating everyone gets registered to vote. Let's see here. Yeah, Zach is questioning. I haven't brought that up yet this morning. Yeah, it's Thursday, and I don't know if it may be Friday, it may be Monday, Tuesday, whatever. But the whole Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook feed is going to be going away. You need to transition from the Hot Shot Secret Facebook, the Hot Shot Secret YouTube, to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook or YouTube page. Of course, you still have the Android app for just listening to the audio. But yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. They're saying, why have two YouTube pages and two Facebook pages feeding the exact same thing? So we're looking to get it just to one page. It's very simple to find the links to those. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com. And you'll find direct links to all that, YouTube, Facebook, all the different podcasts. So yeah, go ahead and make that transition. There you go. Now, talking about the masks and the right not to serve you if you refuse to wear a mask. One of our listening friends says, this is like communist California, where the police in Santa Cruz are actually asking the people there to help them identify people who had recently attended a protest without their masks on. They want you to snitch. Police said there was a planned protest in the city last Sunday, or at least a video of the event. They added additional staffing during that time, but it was our desire to work with our businesses and community to ensure their safety, at the same time ensure the First Amendment right to exercise free speech. So police were there. They monitored the anti-mask events, and they were present to intervene if needed to de-escalate any sort of a conflict. But that goal was accomplished, they said. Police said they chose not to confront any protesters that were not wearing masks. They were violating the mask order. They didn't want to create a potentially dangerous situation, but now they're working with businesses trying to identify those participants, looking to prosecute them. They said there were about 20 people at the protest that didn't wear masks. Due to health orders in place during the pandemic, police say it is illegal to gather without masks or physical distancing. Because of that, officers identified many of the people and wrote case reports. If enough evidence is shown, those people may be summoned to court. But before the protest on Sunday, apparently this is where you go into businesses. A group of maskless shoppers shared a video on social media showing them entering a Trader Joe's store. The group was repeatedly told by employees to leave, but they said, no, we have a right to shop at a business that's open to the public without wearing a mask. When they were refused service, like they wouldn't check them out or whatever, at the registers, the group tried to do what they call a cash drop. They write down a list of the items they're taking, they leave the money, and just walk out the door. Okay, yep, we got the mask police. What are we looking at? About 7 before the hour. And we'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you here on a Thursday morning at 844-3388. Would this be the dirty dog? I believe it says.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Hey, this bill that the Democrats are trying to pass, it seems like they're trying to make it easier to steal the election than it was this last time. And it seems like if they pass this bill, a Republican never be in office ever again.
That's pretty much what the representative yesterday was saying, that this is their way of solidifying. If you're gonna make it mandatory on a national scale to anyone, I guess everyone on the voter registration rolls gets a mail-in ballot. I mean, we saw how wide open the states that did that last year, the fraud, potential fraud that took place, which they don't want to investigate. But yeah, this is just, absolutely sealing in what would be widespread fraud, election fraud.
Yeah, another thing, our forefathers are rolling in their graves right now.
And then to try to mandate, tell every state, it's illegal for you to tell a voter that they have to prove who they are. You're not allowed to require voter identification for somebody to vote. And how the hell could we come to that?
Yeah, it's all coming, all hell in a handbasket, that's all.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, I'll let you go. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Good morning, Dirty Dog. Good to have you with us. All right, that frees up another line. So, yeah, we are wide open here on a Thursday morning at 844-844-3388. Let's see here from Deranger. Steve at hotshotsecret.com is the email. Steve, that means, in regards to HR1, that means any person in the world that comes here from anywhere that gets a license, can vote. I mean, people from Russia, Europe. Our elections could essentially be controlled by foreign countries. I guess, there are accusations of all the foreign interference. You go back to 4 years ago when, of course, the Democrats were saying it was the Russians, the Russia interference. This time around, Mike Lindell and a number of others say that China was actively interfering, as well as potentially Russia. All right, what else on the list? In the state of Tennessee, I bet the anti-gun people are probably totally furious at the proposition, the idea that they're going to eliminate concealed carry permits. The legislature has advanced a bill to end handgun permits, they tell us. In other words, you'd be allowed to carry guns without a permit. This would allow people 21 and older, as well as military members ages 18 to 20, to carry both open and concealed handguns without a permit. Now, at the same time, it increases punishments for certain gun crimes. But this bill was approved Tuesday by the Senate Judiciary Committee, Wednesday by the House Criminal Justice Subcommittee. According to the Tennessean, lawmakers amended the bill to prohibit people convicted of stalking or 2 instances of driving under the influence from carrying a firearm. Persons who have been committed to a mental institution by the courts would also be denied that right. The bill boosts theft of a firearm from what now is a misdemeanor to a felony crime. It also mandates 6 months of incarceration for the offense. That would be for theft of a firearm. So 6 months, which right now it's like a 30-day sentence. Governor Lee introduced the bill to his legislative package. It's been called Constitutional Carry by supporters. Republicans backing the legislation insist requiring someone to get a permit is a violation of our Constitution. Under the current permitting process, it is certainly a violation of your Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment rights, and others, according to the House Majority Leader. Some law enforcement officials speaking out against the legislation were concerned about not requiring individuals to have training before they're legally able to carry a firearm, they say. There's a group called Moms Demand Action, a group that's been funded by former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg, who ran, of course, as a Democrat in the presidential primary. Obviously, he's a big time anti-gunner. Does it make common sense to have more people carrying guns that don't have any training? Will that not increase violence in our communities? That's the claim from Moms Demands. I guess they do say there have been similar bills introduced in recent years, but none of them have made its way through the General Assembly. But there are actually 18 states that have done away with concealed carry permit requirements. I didn't realize the number was that big. All right, got a long way to go here as we make our way to a Thursday. Much more to come. Lines available here at 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. More on our traveler's weather just ahead. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC is warning of a fourth spike in coronavirus cases and hospitalizations as multiple states begin to roll back their COVID restrictions. On Tuesday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott announced that he was lifting the state's mask mandate and ending all restrictions for all businesses next week. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said Wednesday that now is not the time to release all restrictions, but that individuals do have the power to take precautions for themselves.
Now is not the time to release all restrictions. I do think that, as I said in my remarks, the next month or two is really pivotal in terms of how this pandemic goes. As we scale up vaccination, we really do need to decrease the amount of virus that is circulating as we're trying to vaccinate all of the public. I will also note that every individual is empowered to do the right thing here, regardless of what the states decide.
This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
On Wednesday, embattled New York Governor Andrew Cuomo held his first press briefing since 3 women came forward with harassment accusations. He apologized for his actions that made people uncomfortable.
I now understand that I acted in a way that made people feel uncomfortable. It was unintentional, and I truly and deeply apologize for it. I feel awful about it, and frankly, I am embarrassed by it. And that's not easy to say, but that's the truth.
Cuomo also denied that he's touched anyone inappropriately. New York's Attorney General has begun an investigation into those allegations. Cuomo also said that he has no intention of resigning, even with a number of state lawmakers and members of Congress calling for him to step down. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about My Pillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a My Pillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The Drug Enforcement Administration is warning the public of a widespread fraud scheme in which telephone scammers impersonate DEA agents in an attempt to extort money or steal identifiable information. John Clemens reports from the USA Radio News Texas Bureau.
What you're about to hear will shock you. It's a phone recording of an actual DEA agent jumping on a call from a possible victim who notified officials that these scammers were calling him. Listen carefully as the scammer threatens to shoot the agent.
If you have a warrant for this gentleman, I'd be more than happy to pick it up.
Why do I trust you?
If you're trying to tell me that you're part of the DEA and he was involved in something, I think I would know about it.
Please, sir, just get yourself out from this case. Otherwise, I will find you anyhow and I will shoot you, okay? Better you just keep yourself away from this matter.
Reporting these scam calls will help federal agents find, arrest, and then stop the criminals engaged in this fraud. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And the White House says it's considering a military response to Wednesday's rocket attack on a base in Iraq that houses American troops. At least 10 rockets hit the base in the attack. One American contractor died of a heart attack after the incident. The base attacked was the same one that Iran hit with a missile attack last January in retaliation for the killing of its top general. A Pentagon spokesman said they have yet to determine who is responsible for this latest attack. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back with more here on a Thursday. We're at 4th day of March. In like a lamb, maybe out like a lion. The opposite of what is supposed to be in a typical year. March, in like a lion, out like a lamb is the old traditional saying. Eagle brought it up once again. This dropping the mandates for masks and things of that nature. And it's been a hot button issue the last couple of days. And it's not just the state of Texas. We mentioned there's a number of states that are beginning to lighten up on allowing people to go back in and dine at a restaurant, open up the theaters, open up the gyms. Don't have to wear a mask. It's essentially allowing it to be your personal choice. Just because there is no mask mandate doesn't mean you can't wear a mask. Feel free. Wear 1, wear 2, wear 3. If it makes you feel better, right? That's pretty much what they're saying. Ted Cruz kind of weighed in on the situation this past day, to which he said, all these lockdowns all over the country have been proven to be a serious mistake. It's hurt millions of people and small businesses. And Governor Abbott ordering the state to reopen is great news. Texans are ready to get back to work. We can be smart. We can be safe. We can practice social distancing. The answer is not to destroy millions of jobs. The children have been hurt the most during this shutdown. Shutting down the schools. The data is showing many kids around the country right now are anywhere from 6 months to a year behind where they should be now. And that educational harm's going to be with them for the rest of their lives, technically. It's wrong. Democrats like to say, follow the science. Well, they're not following the science. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says, send kids back to school. But we still have a whole bunch of Democrat politicians that care about the money from the teachers' union and the bosses more than they care about the kids. He also accused the teachers' unions of fighting more for teachers than they are for the children. The head of the CDC got up and said, kids need to go to school. And the Joe Biden White House walked that back and said, no. That was not in any official capacity. He then went on to talk about the stimulus package, the $1.9 trillion that was headed for a vote in Congress. This is what he called, quote, the liberal wish list of every priority the Democrats have to pay off their political cronies. It's important to remember, he said, last year we passed 5 bipartisan COVID relief packages. Yes, Republicans are eager to work together to get vaccines out there to fight the virus, get people back to work, help small businesses. He also then touched on the immigration situation. This is becoming a crisis. It's going to be a human tragedy. You heard the update from the Customs and Border Protection in the news here a bit earlier, that right now they are seeing 5,000 per day arriving at the border. It's going to be, what did he say, 1.4 million? Based on the trend and the numbers we're seeing, like 1.4 million are looking to come into the country. And to boot, they actually admitted that they have actually released 108 was the number they cited, confirmed COVID positive illegals into the country. Apparently, they don't have the right to hold them, even though they're COVID positive. They've got to tell them, well, we advise them, wherever you go, you need to quarantine for the 14 days, blah, blah, blah. But essentially, they're allowed to fan out wherever they want to go, anywhere in the country. Found that rather interesting. All right, let's get back to our calls here this morning. Lines available at 844-844-3388. And what's going on with... Hello there, Cue Ball.
Good morning, Steve. Hey, I called about that whole thing with some of these states going with doing away with their concealed carry and going what most people call constitutional carry.
Correct.
But I want to touch base on something with these lockdowns, just because we were talking about the mask and this, that, and the other. And man, I don't even know if I want to talk about these damn masks no more. But there is something I did want to bring up that a lot of people don't necessarily understand when it came to these lockdowns. And I'm going to get a little personal with family stuff here with my family, but it is what it is. I've often wondered now, since these lockdowns had started back when, as far as how much these politicians would abuse their power. And when this whole thing started, I remember telling a friend of mine, who ironically, he's the youngest one I know that actually had trouble with COVID and actually damn near died in the hospital of it. Dude was like 27 years old. He's the only guy I know that even had it to the point where it actually bothered him. I mean, I had it at one point, and it was just like a regular damn cold with a fever. I mean, I still put my boat together even though I was sick with it. My kid didn't even know he had it. But this dude was 27. He wound up in hospital from it and damn near died. So it's kind of one of those weird anomalies with somebody his age. So I understand where Eagle's coming from, but that's where, like, I have a lot of respect for Eagle and his opinion, where he has the freedom to do what he wants, but he doesn't feel everybody else ought to be able to tell him what he should do. If he wants to wear a mask and do things that keep him away from potentially getting sick, well, then that's on him, and that's his opinion. But he doesn't feel he has the right to force other people. That's why I like guys like Eagle. But let's go over to these mandatory lockdowns. Now, everybody knows, if anybody knows anything about me, I'm originally from New Jersey. And as of right now, my parents, still both alive and married, still live there. My mom at 70 years old, my dad at 74. So when this started happening last year, my sister, who worked at a hospital in New Jersey, and me out here, a trucker in Wisconsin, didn't want to go anywhere near my parents for fear we would bring something to my parents. Unfortunately, that left my father the only person around who saw my mother on a regular basis. When things started calming down and the lockdowns weren't so severe to the point where Wisconsin, by the Wisconsin Supreme Court, was reopened and businesses were no longer forced to shutter, we started living up here, but Jersey was still very much in a hard lockdown. Again, not knowing what was going on. And at the time, me, Jen, and my son Matthew didn't know that we already had COVID and recovered from it, because we didn't really get that sick. So it was like, why would we go to the hospital to get tested? We didn't get really that sick. It was just like a regular fever. So I don't know if we count as a case or not. I guess we don't, because nobody got seen but tested later on. But anyway, long story short, my mother started to degrade, but no one really noticed it. See, if you're my dad, you see my mom every day, so she gets a little worse every day. You might not notice it. But if you don't see my mom for 2 months at a time, and then you come back to see her, and it's like, whoa, Mom, what the hell happened to you? What's going on with you? Like, my dad didn't notice it, but we kind of did over the phone, but we weren't really very sure. Well, it turned out my mother had some kind of a tumor growing next to her stomach.
Nobody knew it. And at that point, even if they had found it, New Jersey was literally like, same with New York and Connecticut and all of them up there, like literally for a hospital or a doctor to see you, you got to be like hit by a bus or something. Like if you had cancer treatment, you're going to die of cancer, not COVID. But the cancer going to kill you because you can't go in for your treatments. I mean, that's how bad it had gotten. My dad has, low grade, but my dad has prostate cancer, and he wasn't going to the doctor no more to see any for his treatments. So, unless you had COVID or were ran over by a bus, the hospitals weren't going to see you. So finally, when things got bad enough, and my mom was really getting to the point where she couldn't eat no more, that's when finally my sister decided, you know what, this woman's going to die if someone doesn't see her. So my sister, being a nurse, decided to go look at her, and then later on determined that it was, in fact, a tumor that was blocking off her stomach, and that created all kind of problems. Where 6 months ago, she went for surgery to get this tumor pulled out. Thank God, non-cancerous. But mom still to this day is struggling to recover from that damn surgery. Turned out she got an infection pretty bad from the surgery. And 6 months later, she's still trying to heal. Now, again, my mom's 70, dad's 74. They're moving, right? Finally, they had enough. They're done. They're moving out of New Jersey. Guess where they're planning on moving to?
Where's that?
Texas.
Really?
They're done. Yeah, they're out. They're done. Mom doesn't want Florida because she doesn't like humidity.
Okay.
But they figured they were going to retire and die in that house. Now being retired, all that's left is to live for the rest of their lives and die. But they're not going to live in New Jersey to do it. And one of my mom's biggest frustrations is the COVID. The COVID restrictions damn near killed my mom. Not COVID, the COVID restrictions damn near killed my mom. And it isn't doing my father any favors neither. So the lockdowns in my parents' case were not helpful. In fact, it damn near killed my mom. When I say damn near, I'm meaning within days. Mom was within death if she didn't actually get that tumor pulled and being able to start eating regularly again. She was damn near dead.
Wow.
And when I seen her, like I said, I do a YouTube channel, and you look some of my earlier videos, my parents in there, my mom was very live and vibrant and cooking for the family. And that's why she's not in the videos any longer, because she's just not really back to her normal self, even still. And it's not because anybody's embarrassed. It's just I don't want my mom to feel like, she doesn't want to, I don't think she wants to see the decline to be seen. But mom is not who she was. She's not doing as good as she was. And that's the lockdowns. It's not COVID. That's the lockdowns. So when both my parents are struggling, not from COVID, but the lockdowns, that's enough for me. And that's enough for them. That's why they're moving. So as soon as mom gets better, they're moving. They're out. They're selling that house and they're gone. And I really don't know what else to say about, other than my own personal story, watching the stuff and seeing how bad my parents made out after the lockdown. That was just terrible. So they're done. They're moving to Texas. And like you see, Texas is now wide open. Mississippi is going to be wide open here shortly. Florida's been that way for lockdown. Still got the hardest damn cases going right now. They're the ones with big numbers. The states that are open do not. And it's really obvious if you follow any kind of basic common sense, but nobody wants to recognize that, But that's back with the whole mask thing. I think the mask is actually making it worse. But people ain't smart enough to figure that out. If you touch a dirty air filter with your hand and then touch a clean air filter with your hand, guess what you got? You just cross-contaminated things. Now, a little bit of dirt on an air filter ain't going to hurt nothing. But if you transfer a virus from one filter to another, when you're touching your hands and then touching everything else, it's kind of funny. You watch a grocery store, they don't have the mask on. Then they put the mask over their face. Then they handle your food after they just touched your mask. Guess what they just contaminated? They just contaminated every damn thing you just bought. So this thing's spreading like wildfire because of them damn sponges on your face called a mask. People ain't smart enough to figure that out. Ain't that amazing?
Yeah.
It's not rocket science, people. It's very basic stuff. Now, the reason I called originally, if we still got time, is the whole thing with these concealed carry permits. And I get where people are coming from, especially some of these law enforcement people. By the way, these are the same law enforcement people that came with guns drawn to shut down people's businesses. So who's constitutional there? But with that being said, if you, remember, they can pry them from my cold dead hands. What do you think they are? I digress. We'll go to the other subject. So back then, back to the whole concealed carry thing. These states that are going constitutional carry, how many people do you actually got the stones to walk around with loaded guns and don't have any training how to shoot them? I can answer that. You ready for it?
What is it?
The criminals that shouldn't have the guns to start with because they know they're not going to. Let's be frank. The average gangbanger going to go to the shooting range and fire off the guns and learn how to use the damn things? Hell no, they're hiding them. They never shot the things before in their lives. I mean, seriously, think about it. If you're sticking up a liquor store, how many of these guys stick up liquor stores, can't hit the broadside of a barn with a shotgun, and they're pointing guns at people trying to stick up a liquor store? They really don't have the training on the weapon. They know they shouldn't have it, so they're not going out in public and shooting the damn thing to learn how to fire it. But I don't know anybody that actually carries a gun, whether in a constitutional carry state or not, that doesn't have some form of training. I mean, anybody I know that legally owns a firearm has shot it and knows what to do with it. The biggest concern of mine is when I went for my concealed carry, I didn't have a problem with learning how to shoot the gun because I was pretty proficient with it before I had a concealed carry. I just didn't carry concealed back then. But the biggest concern you have to worry about is concealed carry is going through shoot, no shoot things. Like here in Wisconsin, different from Texas. If you're outside with a baseball bat bashing the windows out of my Mercedes, I can't shoot you because I can't hurt you to protect property.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes a dicey subject if somebody I love goes outside to stop you and you turn a baseball bat on them. Well, somebody I love kind of approach them while they're bashing my car. So it's kind of a dicey situation at that point. But if you're protecting yourself, then it becomes a clean shoot, but you still got to be able to defend that in court. You follow what I'm saying? Now, Texas is different. You can do a lot. You can protect property with a firearm in Texas, as far as I understand, because there's been a handful of cases that's been dropped because of that I've seen that have hit the news. But that's the biggest concern of mine with anybody that has a concealed carry or lives in a constitutional carry state that doesn't need a permit to carry a pistol or any other weapon for that matter, is the legality of when you can and can't use that gun. That's the only dicey thing. But there's nobody I know that carries a firearm in a constitutional carry state, or somebody like here in Wisconsin has a concealed carry that isn't well trained in the use of the firearm. Like I said, the biggest problem is when you're legally allowed to use it, not being able to use it. The only people that can't really shoot accurately are usually the crooks, like I said, because they don't train with it. They don't go to the range. I mean, think about it. How many stick-up men are over at the shooting range next to me, training at a range? As if any. Well, that's the other thing too. Find ammo to train nowadays. What does that tell you? Can't find that stuff. Everyone's buying ammo. Wonder why? What do they see coming?
Yep. And they say that's going to.
Yeah. So I guess they touched
that shortage of ammo. I shared a story that the gun guys are saying this is going to go on for quite some time. It's not going away anytime soon. But the ammo manufacturers they're pumping out as much as they can, as fast as they can. But the supply and demand, everybody's stocking up.
Hey, look, we saw the civil unrest of 2020. We saw that. We saw those riots. We saw all the different. I mean, dude, they burnt police stations to the ground. I mean, come on, man. If the cops can't protect their own police station, you really think they're going to protect you? I mean, they might show up with a SWAT vehicle to shut down your restaurant because you opened a little too early, but they're not going to protect their own from a BLM riot. So, if they're going to come in your neighborhood, you're on your own. You got to handle that your own. You now have a rogue. You now have a rogue government with a stolen under the guise of a stolen election. Now, you tell me why they're buying ammo, man. It's pretty obvious. It's being bought up left, right, sideways because the American people are not dumb. They do see what's going on, but wear your mask because that'll save you from everything. So they say.
All right. Well,
Didn't
Doctor.
help my mom none, though, did it?
Nope. Well, you know what? Your mom's not alone. There's a lot of people that I'm sure many that died because during the early on in particular when they had all the lockdowns, people weren't going to the emergency room if they were feeling sick, chest pains and things like that because they didn't want to get the COVID and whatnot. So I guarantee there's a number that had strokes and heart attacks and could have possibly been saved had it not been for the lockdowns.
Do you remember back in the day it was flatten the curve? And whatever happened to that theory of thought of why we were locked down? Think about it. Whatever happened to that? Like, they almost says flatten the curve no more. I remember it was 15 days, and then it was 30 more days, a total of 45. And after that, people were just basically done. But, man, If you lived in the wrong part of the country, and that's the whole thing with this country now, we are self-dividing. Yeah, my mother was talking about, Governor Murphy, because she's like, what do you think happened to Governor Murphy after what's going on with Governor Cuomo? And I'm like, they ain't going to touch him. After they're done with Cuomo, they ain't going to touch him. Governor Murphy ain't going to get voted out. I go, Ma, anybody with any sense left that state. Think about it. I said, who are you voting for? She's like, well, not Murphy. I go, right, but you're leaving. So anybody that had a brain left, anybody with a brain is leaving who behind to vote for Governor Murphy? Anybody that wouldn't vote for Governor Murphy, they left or they're leaving. He'll stick around. And we are self-dividing as a nation. I don't know if it'll be as bad as 1861, but it'll be pretty damn bad because you will have two very distinct countries because of that, because of people moving to freer states like Texas, Florida, Mississippi, on and on and on. You know which ones they are. South Dakota.
Sure.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's about all I got to say.
All right,
I don't know if I stirred them up enough. But
Thanks for helping out, Cue Ball. You got it. Have a great morning. I guess here, what are we looking at, like 2:25 Eastern time. So about a little over an hour from now, this is going to get underway at Canton, Ohio. Yeah, somebody screwed up. They were moving a mobile home. They didn't follow the directions as far as what route they were supposed to take. And the mobile home is stuck. It's stuck in a construction zone on I-77, according to the Department of Transportation. They just went right through our construction zone, staying in that left contraflow lane, and realized, we can't go any further here. So they just stopped. And there it sits. ODOT is working with the contractor and the mobile home company. They have announced plans to safely remove this mobile home this morning between 3:30 and 6 a.m. They're shutting down the left lane about a half mile south of State Route 800 at the time. Drivers are asked to take an alternative route. Drivers are advised to take the I-77 north, to take I-77 north, the right lane, exit at State Route 800, re-enter 77 north to US 30 east, to Cherry Avenue to US 30 west, back to 77. Yes, officials said the house got stuck because it was obviously too big of a load to fit through the area. The moving company did not comply with the permit processing directions to not drive through the construction zone. Canton police said they cited the 72-year-old driver who had been hauling the home with a maximum size violation as well as a permit violation. This person did not have a permit. It did not allow them to go through our construction zone, so that's why they're stuck. Because they weren't supposed to be there. Let this serve as a warning to other drivers hauling oversized loads. Make sure you get the proper permits. Our permit department at ODOT handles over 300,000 plus permits every year. And the reason there are so many is because we want to avoid headaches just like this. Yep. Kind of a messy situation. They got the video, and I'm looking at some of the overhead shots. It's just stuck right there in the construction zone. So again, that'll be starting at 3:30 a.m. about an hour from now. All right, got to get back to your calls just ahead here. Steve, hang in there following our news break. A quick update. We'll get back to your calls. Eagle's got a follow-up, and room for you at 844-844-3388. I guess when Philip calls in this morning, which he typically about the 3 o'clock hour, talking about the SpaceX. And 1 month after the SN9 flew more than 6 miles, its successor, SN10, duplicated that feat this past day, flying high above Texas. This time, they actually nailed the landing for the first time, a first for the prototype. This is the third such development prototype of the Starship. The interesting thing is they nailed the landing, but it was about 10 minutes later, it blew up. It didn't seem like a perfect landing. There was a slight lean in the massive stainless steel frame. It did not tip over. Then approximately 10 minutes after landing, kaboom! Flames erupting from the bottom of the vehicle, which I don't know how many feet it blew this thing up into the air, but it would take a hell of an explosion to launch this massive Starship up off the ground like it did. So, all right, we're getting there one step at a time, according to SpaceX. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The House of Representatives has canceled all votes for the rest of the week after Capitol Police announced they had intelligence that suggests a militia group may try to breach the Capitol building on Thursday. In a tweet, the department said they were increasing manpower to already heightened security measures on Capitol Hill. The department says they are taking the intelligence seriously, but did not disclose any further details. Senator Mark Warren says the threats appear to be mostly internet chatter, but the Virginia Democrat tells CNN that law enforcement is acting out of an abundance of caution.
Let me be clear that there is a great deal of enhanced security around the Capitol. We have fences. There are still National Guard troops. There's a level of security that I hope and pray will not have to continue much longer. We've not seen any evidence of accumulation of crowds coming into the city, and this mostly seems to be internet chatter.
This is USA Radio News.
Does your current bathroom need to be updated immediately? Introducing One Day Bath and Shower Remodeling, the complete and hassle-free way to get the new bathroom of your dreams in as little as 1 day and for as little as $199 a month. Yes, the experts at One Day Bath and Shower Remodeling will come to you anywhere in the country and show you all the customized options. Now you can have a brand new bathroom in as little as 1 day. Large or small bathrooms, if you want a new bathtub or shower installed, we can do it in as little as 1 day. And if you call right now, you can save $750 off your remodel. We make it easy by offering you financing as low as $199 per month. Call now to schedule your free in-home consultation.
800-896-8242. 800-896-8242. That's 800-896-8242.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much. Welcome back. According to some, I don't know what the deal is. They've been working on this. Josh has been logging in remotely like every day to the system, trying to figure out what's going on with on the app side. It defies all logic. Yeah, James sent me a message. Yeah, the bumper music. Seems like every other night. It's Sunday night, it was fine. Monday night, it was kind of haywire. Tuesday night, it was fine. Tonight, it's haywire. All right. Well, so, yeah, they're working on it. What defies all logic is there's one stream coming out, and it's going to YouTube, it's going to Facebook, it's going to the app, and it appears to affect some people and not others. So I know our friend Scotty checked in earlier and said he was giving up on it because it was going haywire. And so, again, we continue to be a work in progress. Gotta love the digital age, right? Meanwhile, we get back to the calls here at 844-3388. And Steve, what's happening this morning? Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, Steve. Good morning. How you doing?
Doing well. Thank you.
Hey, before I forget, I wanted to say this last night. I wanted to give a shout out to Knuckle Busters, one of his state senators down there in Oklahoma. His name is Shane Jett, and he's a state senator in Oklahoma. He's putting a bill in front of the state legislation that they're going to ban critical race theory in all Oklahoma schools, including the universities.
That's interesting. How about that?
I wanted to I wanted to give a shout out to that. And this brings me to my point, Steve. What's going on in this country with our Bill of Rights, our constitutional rights, our Second Amendment, First Amendment? We can't start at the top. We can't go after the federal government. We have to start at the bottom. City, local, county, state. That's the only way we're going to survive what's going on. You know, Joe Biden's administration is going to attack the guns pretty soon. You can see it coming. You know, with the assault weapons bill that they're trying to pass through again. Different things. The ammunition shortage. You can still buy ammo if you look in the right spots online. Most of it's coming from Russia. But U.S. ammo, brass casing, very hard to get. Very hard to get. Did you check your email bag and see that ordinance I sent you from Newton County, Missouri?
I was just going to ask about that. Yeah, I printed that up and I have it before me. I was going to share that. So that's what you were indeed the one that sent that. So yeah, they're looking to start at a local, because they're seeing the handwriting on the wall, what's going to be coming down the pike.
Yep. So that's why I sent that to you, because if you can real quick, if you can read it after I get off the phone, it's basically this county commissioner has been receiving emails, people coming in his office, phone calls. The county's about 60,000 people in Newton County. Basically, they're all for this. So they drew up this ordinance to protect their Second Amendment. They're not going to enforce any kind of federal laws that is through executive order and so forth. The county sheriff is has full authority to enforce the ordinance so that people have the right to keep and bear arms. Other counties need to take notice of this. So I suggest the listeners, if you live in Tennessee or Texas or Florida, wherever you live in a red state, even a blue state, go to that NewtonCountyMO.com, NewtonCountyMissouri.com, and you can download a copy of that ordinance. Pass it on to your county commissioner. Pass it on to your mayor. Pass it on to all your local officials. This is how we're going to beat what's going on. It's the same thing with the free speech, with the critical race theory, with all of this. You know, we have to get involved with our school boards, even if we don't have kids. You know, go to these school board meetings, get 100 parents together, and go and get in their face and find out, what are you teaching my kids? Because, see this critical race theory thing, this all started in colleges and universities. But now it's going through kindergarten through 12th grade. That's where they're starting to push it. You know, I've already talked to my son and my daughter-in-law about this. And they need to get in front of their school board and find out what my granddaughter's learning. You know, I had to buy her a book on George Washington the other day because they're not teaching this stuff anymore. You know, it's pretty sad. So it's a different world, Steve, than what we lived in 20, 30, 40 years ago. But here's the thing. If we don't wake up as Americans, I said this the other day, you're going to wake up in America next year, you're not going to recognize it. You're really not. It's going to get bad before it gets better. But, yeah, if you can read that gun ordinance, it's pretty interesting language.
It is. Very
now,
interesting.
Will it work? I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, we could claim cities, and, you know, they got these sanctuary cities for the immigrants. Why can't we claim a sanctuary city for free speech, for Second Amendment rights? Sanctuary state. Look what Florida is doing with the big tech. You know how they're if they censor anyone for any kind of political speech, they're going to get sued. Florida's already passing that bill. Ron DeSantis is putting it through, and other states are going to start following suit. It's going to be state by state by state. That's what's going to happen. So when that last caller said this country's going to be divided, it is going to be divided. And that's the only way we're going to beat it. You know, here's the thing, Steve. They talk about misinformation, disinformation. Where is Twitter and Facebook and these big tech companies on the hate speech and misinformation, disinformation that Alyssa Milano and Morgan Freeman are spreading about the Nazi stage that was set up at CPAC? Where is the fact checkers on that?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
The last organization, Steve, that would ever do something intentionally or unintentionally with a Nazi symbol is CPAC. They are one of the most supportive organizations of Jewish people. I mean, they have like banquets and dinners for them once a year. And they're going to set up a stage that looks like some kind of Nazi symbol out of European history.
Right.
Most people have never even heard of that symbol. But where is the banning and the canceling of Alyssa Milano and Morgan Freeman's Twitter account? The hypocrisy is just unbelievable.
It appears when you lean to the left, you don't the cancel culture exists only one way. It's those that lean to the right.
Well, and you look at the incident there. You know, look what Hyatt did. They ran under the covers. They ran into the grass. They don't want anything to do with CPAC anymore because they're afraid. Did you think that they're going to stand up and say, "Oh no, CPAC, we had nothing to do with this. They had nothing to do with this. You guys are blowing this out of proportion." But no, they didn't. They ran and hid because they're afraid to get canceled.
I saw the whole. I saw the scenario where they were going after. I guess there was this trying to What do I want people to do? Never stay at one of their hotels again or something because they allowed the CPAC to take place there? I did not hear that they kind of buried their head in the sand or tried to run away from that.
Well, when this whole thing came out, when these tweets started coming out, they were backing CPAC. They said, "Oh no, there's nothing like that." And then all of a sudden, when more information started coming out, they kind of hid under the covers. And the company that did design the stage and set up the stage, they put out a statement last night saying that they worked in cooperation with Hyatt, with CPAC. They put on those preparations take months and months of planning. Those stages are constructed by, carpenters, engineers, lighting. It takes a lot of planning to put something like that together.
Sure.
And, so they were all involved in it. But to suggest CPAC is a Nazi organization with a stage set up like a Nazi symbol, it is disgusting. It's disgusting. What they can say about us as libertarians and conservatives, but we can't say anything about them. Otherwise, we get banned. Twitter put out a statement today. If anybody puts out any disinformation about COVID, their account's going to be banned off Twitter.
Really?
Yes.
Now, what is disinformation? If someone disagrees with wearing a mask, is that disinformation or?
That's disinformation, Steve, because our beautiful Dr. Fauci, the disaster of a doctor, he says, we got to wear 2 masks. So if you disagree with that, you're going to get banned.
Hard to imagine what we've come to in this country. Yeah, so that was, and who was that? Was that Twitter that announced that?
Twitter.
Okay.
Any disinformation about COVID. Yep.
Wow.
If you disagree with Fauci or Biden or anybody, just like all the lies he told yesterday about Johnson & Johnson and Merck and how him and his administration are doing this and that. And we got Johnson & Johnson to speed things up. Joe Biden lied about all of that, Steve. None of that is true. Donald Trump and Johnson & Johnson have been working together since January of 2020, over a year ago.
Yep. And he had locked
everything he talked about.
He locked in 100 million. He locked in 100 million doses, the first 100 million doses for the United States, and then I think the contract was for an additional up to 500 million doses.
Steve, everything he said yesterday was a damn lie.
Yeah.
That's all he does is lie. He lied about the pipeline. He lied about immigration. He lied about the vaccine. He lied about everything. He didn't run on any of these things. Do you think if he would have said, "I'm canceling the pipeline, I'm opening the borders, and I'm gonna," I don't even know the other thing, but if he would have said those things, he would have got elected? There's no way. He lied about all of it. He knew what he was going to do, and they knew what he was going to do. But for him to take credit for what Johnson & Johnson and Merck did, and those scientists, and all those people that developed that vaccine, it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
They developed it under Operation Warp Speed. Yes, that was Donald Trump's Operation Warp Speed. That's why we've got vaccines being distributed today, and for over a month now. That's the reason why. All right, I got a few minutes here. Let me go ahead and jump into this because Steve is all about. He said, seeing the handwriting on the wall. For years, we've had one after another, especially coming from the left, attack on our Second Amendment rights. If we don't do something, if we don't start now looking to preserve those rights, He fears, and others fear, eventually they're going to be taken away. So it's Newton County, Missouri, what they're calling the Second Amendment Preservation Act. Be it enacted by the Newton County, Missouri Commission as follows. All federal acts, laws, orders, rules, and regulations passed by the federal government, and specifically any presidential administration, whether past, present, or future, which infringe on the people's rights to keep and bear arms as guaranteed by the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 23 of the Missouri Constitution, shall be invalid in the county, shall not be recognized by this county, and specifically rejected by this county. It shall be considered null and void and no effect in this county. They break it down. Number one, such federal acts, laws, orders, rules, and regulations include but are not limited to any tax levy, fee, or stamp imposed on firearms, firearm accessories, or ammunition not common to all other goods and services, which could have a chilling effect on the purchase or ownership of those items by law-abiding citizens. B, any registering or tracking of firearms, firearm accessories, or ammunition, which could have a chilling effect on the purchase of ownership of those items by law-abiding citizens. C, any registering or tracking of the owners of firearms, said accessories, or ammunition, which could have a chilling effect on the purchase or ownership of those items by law-abiding citizens. D, any act ordering the confiscation of firearms, accessories, or ammunition from law-abiding citizens. And finally, any act, whether past, present, or future, passed by the United States Congress and signed into law by the federal government, and specifically any presidential administration which infringes on the people's rights to keep and bear arms in Newton County, Missouri, shall be considered null and void in the county, not recognized by this county. County current House bills include but are not limited to H.R. 30, H.R. 38, H.R. 121, H.R. 137, 167. Those bills, if passed, are null and void and not recognized by Newton County, Missouri. Any past, present, or future bill passed by the United States Congress will be null and void, not recognized. Number two, Newton County, Missouri declares that it must be the duty of courts and law enforcement agencies to protect the rights of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms. No person, including a public officer or county employee of this county or any political subdivision of this county, can have authority to enforce or attempt to enforce any federal laws, orders, or rules infringing on the right to keep and bear arms. Newton County, Missouri declares that any person, while acting as an official agent, employee, or deputy of the United States government who enforces or attempts to enforce any of the infringement identified in this ordinance, or give material aid and support to the efforts of others who enforce or attempt to enforce any of the infringements identified in this ordinance, may be permanently ineligible to be hired as a law enforcement officer or to supervise law enforcement officers in the county, or exceeds the authority of the Newton County, Missouri Commission. There will be an exception made for Newton County, Missouri local deputies and sheriffs. They shall and will not be held liable to this ordinance when assisting any and all federal agents in the arrests of suspected criminals. Any and all federal agents trying to enforce the regulations listed in Section 1 shall be subject to arrest by the Newton County, Missouri Sheriff's Department. The Newton County, Missouri Sheriff's Department shall be given the full authority to make an arrest of any and all federal agents that violate state laws and enforce the regulations listed in Section 1. This ordinance will be known as the Second Amendment Preservation Act of Newton County, Missouri. This ordinance shall and will immediately go into effect the very next day upon passage of the Newton County, Missouri Commission. Sounds like the Newton County, Missouri Commission, they ain't messing around. They see what's being proposed in Washington right now. Specifically mentioning some of the bills that are currently pending in Washington, D.C., specifically pointing them out. If you pass these rules, these laws, whatever you want to call them, will not be enforced in Newton County, Missouri. Steve says other counties, other states need to take that and use it as a blueprint for their jurisdictions to protect Second Amendment rights here in the United States. That's pretty cool, and thank you for sharing that, Steve. I did say you could go to the, what did he call it, the Newton County Commission. Said if you go to their website, you can actually download the text that I just shared with you and print that up and maybe present it to your local community council or a county commission, whatever the case might be. Good morning there, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I live down in Mississippi. I only run to Oklahoma and Texas there, but you can say thank God for Mississippi because everybody else does, and I do too, right?
No, there you go.
We got stand your ground down there. We got Castle Doctrine. You can pull your water blaster out, and I can get you wet from head to toe if you threaten me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or threaten my property. That's just the laws. Got to abide by them, right? Steve, got some sad news for you.
Oh, no.
I don't know if y'all got Steak and Shake up there. Yeah, y'all got Steak and Shake up there?
No, they shut all the Steak and Shakes in this city around. I don't know that any that are still open around here.
Yeah, well, they're going, when they open back up, there's going to be no waitresses. Be a self-serve kiss-off. Is Waffle House going to be next to do that? I don't know, man. I'd be sad there. No waitresses in there. And I read where old Slick Kelly, she cried so hard that they finally added her to a Senate Democrats tweet about a celebration of women. They didn't add her to start with, so she cried hard enough they had to put her on there, right?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with her either. I guess the Democrats aren't either. And Tom Brady, he said he was, when he done that toss of that trophy, he just wasn't thinking. I think he had been listening to Shelley West sing Jose Cuervo too much because he couldn't even get off that boat without a helping hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that Jose Cuervo will do that to you there. And an old sin came back to haunt old Terry Bradshaw. Back in the 70s, he checked into the hospital for surgery and checked in as Thomas Brady. How about that? Ain't that something?
How about that?
But they never, I don't think they really proved it on him, but he might have got away with it, but he just laughs about it, thinks it's funny. And that's all of my baloney for right now. I got to get off air here. I got to pull in this old chicken house up here and let them check the tension on my suspension there and make sure I ain't got too much ground pressure.
All right. Well,
have a great morning, Mr. Steve.
Thank you so much. All right. So, yeah, remember back when the COVID thing, about this time a year ago, when everybody was lining up at the grocery store at 5 a.m. waiting for them to open the doors, long lines out in the parking lot, hoping they could run in and grab a case of toilet paper when they opened up. And you might get lucky and get a pack of paper towels to boot. Remember that? Then online, you could find Amazon. You can go to eBay and whatnot, some of these other online shopping sites, And you can order we got a roll of toilet paper for $9.99. You really want some? Yeah, those sort of things were going. That's what's going on with Dr. Seuss books right now. You would not believe some of the prices for Dr. Seuss. The ones that they've announced are no longer going to be published. I bet every retailer in the country has sold out of any Dr. Seuss books. These in particular that were on the shelves. A run on Dr. Seuss books. Just how much are they going for? More on that coming up here. Right now, though, news update time. Top of the hour, rolling into a Thursday. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC is warning of a fourth spike in coronavirus cases and hospitalizations as multiple states begin to roll back their COVID restrictions. On Tuesday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott announced that he was lifting the state's mask mandate and ending all restrictions for all businesses next week. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said Wednesday that now is not the time to release all restrictions, but that individuals do have the power to take precautions for themselves.
Now is not the time to release all restrictions. I do think that, as I said in my remarks, the next month or two is really pivotal in terms of how this pandemic goes. As we scale up vaccination, we really do need to decrease the amount of virus that is circulating as we're trying to vaccinate all of the public. I will also note that every individual is empowered to do the right thing here, regardless of what the states decide.
This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
On Wednesday, embattled New York Governor Andrew Cuomo held his first press briefing since 3 women came forward with harassment accusations. He apologized for his actions that made people uncomfortable.
I now understand that I acted in a way that made people feel uncomfortable. It was unintentional, and I truly and deeply apologize for it. I feel awful about it, and frankly, I am embarrassed by it. And that's not easy to say, but that's the truth.
Cuomo also denied that he's touched anyone inappropriately. New York's Attorney General has begun an investigation into those allegations. Cuomo also said that he has no intention of resigning, even with a number of state lawmakers and members of Congress calling for him to step down. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The Drug Enforcement Administration is warning the public of a widespread fraud scheme in which telephone scammers impersonate DEA agents in an attempt to extort money or steal identifiable information. John Clemens reports from the USA Radio News Texas Bureau.
What you're about to hear will shock you. It's a phone recording of an actual DEA agent jumping on a call from a possible victim who notified officials that the scammers were calling him. Listen carefully as the scammer threatens to shoot the agent.
If you have a warrant for this gentleman, I'd be more than happy to pick it up.
Why do I trust you?
If you're trying to tell me that you're part of the DEA and he was involved in something, I think I would know about it.
Please, sir, just get yourself out from this case. Otherwise, I will find you anyhow and I will shoot you, okay? Better you just keep yourself away from this matter.
Reporting these scam calls will help federal agents find, arrest, and then stop the criminals engaged in this fraud. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And the White House says it's considering a military response to Wednesday's rocket attack on a base in Iraq that houses American troops. At least 10 rockets hit the base in the attack. One American contractor died of a heart attack after the incident. The base attacked was the same one that Iran hit with a missile attack last January in retaliation for the killing of its top general. A Pentagon spokesman said they have yet to determine who is responsible for this latest attack. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Daraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed it is, and we are back here on a Thursday, working our way into the early hours, 4th day of March. And yes, indeed, we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in. Glad to have you with us. Live from the Hot Shot Secret's Secret Bunker. Boy, where we leave off there? We'll get more on traveler's weather coming up in just a moment. And, of course, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. I want to flip back over to the, where's my Dr. Seuss story? How much these books are going for. Thanks to the cancel culture. Some of these Dr. Seuss titles have had their value take off after the announcement they would no longer be published. Not surprising. It's, historically, one of these days you'll be able to read a book to your kids that hasn't been published in years. All right, the announcement came as progressive activists have targeted Dr. Seuss on the grounds that some of his books are racially insensitive. Dr. Seuss aficionados looking to pick up copies of the canceled books might do a double take at the price tag all of a sudden. They're going for hundreds or in some cases even thousands of dollars. In fact, one hardback copy of And to Think I Saw It on Mulberry Street is going for $10,000 on Amazon. Now, is anyone actually going to pay that kind of a price? No. But I wouldn't think, but there are people trying to cash in here. Another copy of the same book going for $4,400 on eBay. Paperback fans will find a similar story. The paperback copy of The Cat's Quizzer going for over $1,000 on Amazon. The hardcover on the same site, almost $2,000. On eBay, you can find a hardcover copy for the low price of $1,500. Yeah, the reason for the price explosion, of course, the same reasons why rare sports trading cards and memorabilia skyrocket in price. Supply, demand, and collectability. Now that the books are out of print, the supply of new copies has a finite end. That means that as copies are bought, lost, or destroyed, the price continues to rise as demand by collectors increase. Plus, the rarity of the books adds more value to collectors who may be willing to pay a premium for a discontinued product. Dr. Seuss's stepdaughter said she hopes the publishing house will eventually start reprinting the books because his body of work is unique, to say the least. All right, what's his name? Jimmy Kimmel weighed in on the Dr. Seuss cancel culture Tuesday night. You kind of, believe it or not, even Jimmy Kimmel sounding the alarm on the cancel culture. To which he says, this is how you help former President Donald Trump get elected again in 2024. With Dr. Seuss announcing the publication of 6 books by the famed children's author would be discontinued. Now, he cracked a couple of jokes during his monologue about Dr. Seuss books with alternative woke titles, but he warned then that recent incidents of cancel culture may actually pave the way for Trump's return to the White House. And I quote, "This is how Trump gets reelected, by the way. Cancel Dr. Seuss. Cancel Abe Lincoln. Melt down Mr. Potato Head's private parts and throw them at the Muppets. This is his path to victory next time around." Now, Kimmel himself faced the threat of the cancel culture last summer when Fox News revealed that he had used the N-word while impersonating Snoop Dogg not long after an old clip featuring him wearing blackface resurfaced. Just last week, HBO's real-time host Bill Maher similarly warned liberals that cancel culture is real and coming to a neighborhood near you. Liberals need a stand your ground law for cancel culture so that when the woke mob comes after you for some ridiculous offense, you'll stand your ground. Stop apologizing. I can't keep up with those who are on the shish kebab list, he said. Well, the cancel culture, is it going both ways? Right now, the cancel culture seems to be just pretty much focused on the conservatives, those that lean to the right. But it appears to be spreading. All right, welcome back, Eagle. What else you got for us?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about something else about California where I'm at, and then I wanted to ask you something about the mask situation again. But hey, listen, Steve, I've talked to you in the past and some of your other previous hosts, and I just want people to realize, I'm out here in L.A., and I want people to realize what the future of the United States looks like, and it looks like California. You said the other night you was talking about the fuel prices and gas prices, and I'm giving you a first-hand view of what's going on. I'm at a truck stop right now, and the price for gasoline for four-wheelers, the cars, is $4 a gallon. That's what you said.
Yep.
They already paying $4 a gallon. I don't know what it is in Ohio, but it's $4 in California. Did you get that?
We're at like $2.79 last I saw here in Southwest Ohio. But yeah, California always pays the highest prices. But yeah, $4 is like for the regular unleaded. You're paying like, I think it's like $4.20 or $4.30 for the mid grade, $4.60 for the premium. It's unreal.
Yeah. I was looking at the prices when I walked across the parking lot tonight to go in the truck stop, and it's definitely over $4 a gallon in California right now. So that's another surprise, and that's headed to a city and state near you, not just California. Thanks to Mr. Joe Biden, that's something else. Like I say, the guy is a disaster. He hasn't even been in the White House 6 months, and he's like I told you the other night, he's slowly but surely destroying the United States brick by brick. Like I say, there may not be a USA, but nobody else to save in 4 years. I hate to say it, but like I say, but I just want to tell people that California out here, this place is so expensive for individuals to live It's really sad, Steve. You can go on any YouTube. You can look it up for yourself. But I drove by it myself. They have a place out here called Skid Row here in California, and it's nothing but blocks and blocks. It's probably a mile or 2 miles long, and nothing but homeless people living in tents, living on the street. These people have even had the nerve to rig up electrical outlets so they can steal electricity from the city. They got electric, they got air conditioning in some of these tents, television and everything. These people are living on the streets. It's really a sad situation out here in California, Steve. This is probably the worst. I've been to a lot of the states, since I've been driving trucks, but this situation they got out here in California is really terrible. They got so much trash. When you driving down the interstate, Steve, on Interstate 10 or the 101 out here, the off ramps are so full of homeless people. They just throw the trash out on the ground, furniture, chairs, you name it, is just laying on the interstate. It's really embarrassing. It's hard for me to believe when I come out to California that this is still a part of the United States of America. It's disgusting the way this state has gone down the drain. And it continues to be that way. And I've talked to you about this in the past, Steve. And the speed limit out here is 55 miles an hour for trucks. That speed limit is outdated and played out. It's a joke. You got out in the state of Texas where I live at, you can drive a car or a truck 75, 80 miles an hour, no problem. And you driving basically on the same terrain. When you come into California out of Arizona, you got almost 150 miles and nothing but desert that you're crossing, and there's no reason for the speed limit to be 55. But it's nothing but a money grab for this miserable state to steal more money away from truck drivers and people that bring their business to this state. It makes absolutely no sense for this to be 55 miles an hour, but they can do it. It's their state. They can do what they want to do, I guess. But let me say this. Let me ask you this question, Steve, because I was looking at my phone after I talked to you. And by the way, I want to thank Q Ball for mentioning me in his phone call too. Like I say, I like what this guy has to say. But Steve, I want to ask you this question: What happens if these governors open these states up, such as Texas, Mississippi, and Florida, and the virus comes back and people start dying and the hospitals fill up and the viruses? What do these governors do then? What's your answer? What is the answer to that if they open these states up and the virus comes back?
Well, I mean, there's always the possibility they could have to go backwards and start, go in the other direction, limit the number of people that can dine in and whatnot. But we're not seeing that happen though. South Dakota, Kristi Noem's state, the governor Christie there, she never ever implemented any of those mandates, and her state hasn't seen carnage and people dying in the streets. That they never implemented any mandatory mask mandates. I don't think they ever limited anybody dining in the restaurants. They've been open the whole damn time.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering, what would happen if things open up. Like I say, there's two different opinions, Steve. Like I say, I have to look at the statistics a little bit closer. Q Ball, he said that in his phone call that states that have been open have seen a lower rate of death and a lower rate of people catching the virus. Like I say, I'll have to look at the stats on this before I can make a statement on that. On whether masks work and what this works and what that works. Like I say, at this point, even after a year of this virus being in the U.S., we're still learning things. So before I make a blanket statement about whether these shutdowns work or whether they do work, I have to look at the stats. But I'm just saying, I'm going by what people in Texas are saying. You can go on the internet, YouTube, whatever, and you can look at a lot of governors. A lot of mayors of these cities in Texas do not agree with what Mr. Abbott has done. As a matter of fact, I saw something else while I was waiting on hold. Some of the people that work for Governor Abbott and some of his doctors and people that advised him on the coronavirus said that they never even talked to him He never asked their opinion about whether he should open the state back up or not. These are doctors that this man gets information from, and they're saying that Governor Abbott never talked to them on whether the virus is under control or not. So you can make a judgment on that too. So like I said, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, like I say, the virus doesn't come back. I don't want to see nobody else lose their life. I think it's a little bit too early, but, that's yet to be seen. And like Q-Ball said and other callers said, the mask is up to you. If you want to wear one, then you wear one. If you don't wear one, then you don't. But like I said, the government doesn't need to be involved in this situation. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, this situation that they're talking about that's supposed to occur in Washington, D.C., there's nothing but a scare tactic by the Democrat. Nothing is going to occur. They always tell you that it's some unidentified source. They've heard radio chatter or telephone chatter about somebody planning on doing something. There's no radio or telephone chatter. This is nothing but a scare tactic to take people out of Donald Trump's favor and take support away from Trump. Trump has nothing to do with what's planned. If something is planned, Donald Trump doesn't have nothing to do with it, just like he didn't have nothing to do with the last attack on the state capitol. These are outsiders that are doing this. If there is an attack plan, Donald Trump doesn't have nothing to do with it. No. I promise you, Donald Trump is in Florida right now.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone suggest Trump has anything whatsoever, or even they're not even saying per se Trump supporters. Now, the one breakdown on what is it, the 3%ers or whatever did say many of them are supporters of Trump, but Trump supporters would never advocate any sort of violence on the nation's capital or anyone for that matter. If that makes sense. The true Trump supporters. Back to South Dakota, okay? Kristi Noem. And this is the point that she was making this point at the CPAC. Conservatives around the country kind of lauding Governor Noem. She charted her own course that brought the national economy to its knees last year, as all these governors issuing lockdowns, closures, mask mandates. South Dakota did not take that approach. She left the decisions about whether you wanted to wear a mask or social distance up to the local communities in her state. She parlayed those decisions to become a kind of a superstar among the Republican Party after speaking at the Republican National Convention and then CPAC last week in Florida, to which she said, for those of you who don't know, South Dakota is the only state in America that never ordered a single business or church to close. We never instituted a shelter-in-place order. We never mandated people wear masks. And she does not shy away from her reputation as a hands-off governor amid the pandemic. That's really kind of fueled speculation to me. Maybe she's eyeing a presidential run for 24. All right. That's the state that really never made any mandatory statewide orders. Now, there may have been local jurisdictions, counties, whatever, that implemented their own ordinances, but she sure as hell didn't shut down the state of South Dakota. Meanwhile, let me get back up here to the calls at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning to Philip in Florida this morning.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Doing well.
I applaud that lady in South Dakota because it should be left up to us individuals on deciding what we do. I applaud her, but we also need to respect each other. If we think it's bad enough, we need to wear a mask. Last night, I didn't have a chance to call in. I tried to call in, and I got into a situation where I couldn't because of work. But I heard a caller talk about prison and somebody getting the vaccine in prison. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah, I can't recall who that was, but yeah, talking about prisoners getting shots like in California or something when the elderly haven't all been vaccinated yet.
Okay, so a lot of people don't know this legally. When you are incarcerated in prison or in jail, it's up to the municipality that incarcerates you, whether it be federal, state, or local, that they have to maintain your health. Just like it's like looking at it as your property of that individual, so to speak. So they are to maintain your health. It's no different than them maintaining a vehicle for a municipality or maintaining a building or anything like that. You are property of that. So they have to maintain your health. If the vaccine dictates them maintaining your health, they are legally allowed to give it to you. Whatever your age is, that is the way it's set up. A lot of people don't know that about prison. When people are in prison, they have to maintain their health. They have to. By federal law, state and local laws, you have to maintain the individual's health. Now, I'm going to talk about SpaceX. We all know what happened yesterday. Did you see it?
I did indeed, yes. I did not hear why or what the hell happened 10 minutes after they successfully landed it. Did they say? I'm guessing there must have been fuel or something, a leak that was occurring or something.
All right, I'm going to give you a breakdown on what happened. Okay, so to start with, they were fueling the rocket initially before takeoff, and they had a valve problem. They shut that down, went out, repaired the valve on the fuel farm. From then on, then they went to the first firing. Or the first attempt to take off. And they had an engine that overthrusted. That means it was putting out too much thrust to take off the correct way. So they shut that down. They came back 2 hours later and lifted off. Did everything correctly that it did. On the SpaceX feed, they cut the footage when it landed. The minute it landed, they cut the feed after all the dust cleared and you saw it standing. Now, what people didn't see was after that, 10 minutes later, they had fire suppression on it. They had a water cannon that was feeding the bottom of the rocket. Because the rocket had landed on its bottom, all the landing legs did not come down, so the rocket was leaning.
Okay.
So evidently it must have broke a line in a fuel line somewhere in the rocket, and they had a fire. They were trying to put that fire out. They thought they had it out. They took the suppression off of it. It started steaming, and then it blew up and destroyed the vehicle.
Boom.
And yeah, basically. And if you look at those starships, the engines are encapsulated underneath it. Generally, usually on a rocket, the motors hang out the bottom. This ship, they don't. Side and come the bottom of the rocket. It's made that way because eventually that thing is going to be stacked on top of another rocket and be like a stage, so to speak.
Okay.
And that engines were up underneath there, and they got bent somewhere, and a line got bent, and it broke open. And they had a fire. They had a really good fire going underneath there when they first started hitting it with a water cannon. I watched the footage on another provider on YouTube called NASA Spaceflight. If anybody wants to watch any of these launches, watch NASA Spaceflight because they carry it continuous from beginning to end. And it was a pretty good explosion. It actually took off 3 times. I tried to take off 3 times because that third time though it took off, it completely destroyed it. I mean that amount of methane, I'm not sure how much was in it, but it was enough to destroy the vehicle. And I mean, they did what they were supposed to do. The landing legs didn't come out correctly, or something happened with the landing legs to where it was leaning. And it was just enough to where it was resting on something that broke something that started a fire. So, hey, kudos to them. They did good. Steve, do you know yesterday was the first time that a private company stayed behind their vehicle? Because if you look at it, Elon Musk, they didn't falter. I mean, they had a problem with the fuel farm. They went out and fixed it. They had a problem with the thrust. They still had time to launch. They went out and fixed it. Well, they actually fixed that remotely. But they kept going until they got that thing off the ground. Now, NASA, on the other hand, back in the day with the shuttle program and a lot of those other rockets, there were times they canceled. They could have launched, but they didn't. You know, they said it was the timing thing. I don't believe that. I know yesterday was a test, and you can go multiple times on a test, but I seriously think that, you know, there was a few times back in the past that we stand down when we should have stood up and kept going. So that's pretty much all I got to say about SpaceX, Steve.
All right.
I appreciate you. And we're going to have another launch this morning about 5:30.
That's going to be the Starlink. Okay. Do you have, that's 3 Starships prototypes that have been destroyed. Do they have any more ready? I mean, do you know if they have any more?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right now in the high bay at Boca Chica is number 11. It's sitting there. It's almost done. And beside that is what they call BNN-1, which is going to be the rocket they stack that on top of. Now, they're not going to put the two together right now. They're waiting on BNN-1 because it's so big. They're trying to figure out exactly how they want to launch it. But there is another Starship. There is actually, I think, 5 of them that are in various stages of production right now.
Wow.
Those are just test articles. They are not meant to carry people on them. They are strictly test articles. That's all they're made for. That's all that metal's be used for. They're just testing. And you have to go through this if you want to get to something like we did with Apollo. And I applaud Elon Musk and those guys. They're getting it done. They are doing it. They are not playing around. They're spending the money. Who knows? He might be throwing it away. I don't know. But he's making the effort a lot more than what I've seen with NASA and a lot of the other ones. So I appreciate your time, bud. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep, that's pretty cool. Okay, so they've got more in the works. But, man, those things, they've got to be really expensive. We return in just a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC is warning of a 4th spike in coronavirus cases and hospitalizations as multiple states begin to roll back their COVID restrictions. On Tuesday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott announced that he was lifting the state's mask mandate and ending all restrictions for all businesses next week. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said Wednesday that now is not the time to release all restrictions, but that individuals do have the power to take precautions for themselves.
Now is not the time to release all restrictions. I do think that, as I said in my remarks, the next month or 2 is really pivotal in terms of how this pandemic goes. As we scale up vaccination, we really do need to decrease the amount of virus that is circulating as we're trying to vaccinate all of the public. I will also note that every individual is empowered to do the right thing here, regardless of what the states decide.
This is USA Radio News.
In today's day and age, it's refreshing to find a company with values that match yours. And it's even more extraordinary when the products they make exceed your expectation in every way. That's what Michael's Naturopathic Programs has done for over 30 years. With more than 50 tried and truthful high-potency formulas, Michael's Naturopathic Programs give your body what it needs. No more guessing what herbs or vitamin, amino acid, or mineral you need. With Michael's, it's all in one bottle. From cardiovascular support to weight management to nervous system support to detox and cleansing and more. Michael's Naturopathic Programs work. They have to. Michael himself has been giving them to his family from the very start. Visit michaelshealth.com and get your tried and truthful formulation today. That's MICHAELS health.com. MICHAELS health.com.
Get a special discount when you input the code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg for your special discount.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You're not planning on going to China anytime soon, are you? If you had a trip planned, you might want to reconsider. You can't make it up. China has mandated anal COVID-19 swabs mandatory for all foreign travelers arriving in the country. According to the report this past day, this is not a satirical story, it's for real. Government has claimed that the anal COVID test provides a higher degree of accuracy than the other screening methods. As part of the new travel requirement, there will be testing hubs in Beijing and Shanghai airports. A respiratory disease medic said that the anal swabs are better because virus traces stay longer in fecal samples than they do in the nose or throat. This after Japan asked China to stop performing these exams on their citizens when they entered the country because this is causing mental anguish. Some Japanese reported to the embassy in China that they received anal swab tests which caused them great psychological pain. Yep. That's for all foreigners coming into China. All right, who's next up here? What do you say this morning, Big Moose?
Oh, not much, buddy. You still playing radio?
I'm trying. Trying.
That's about all I'm doing. I'm trying to drive this truck. I tell you what, like I said, it gets harder every day. Man, I tell you what, there's something bad wrong in this world when you can go out and buy a brand new, freshly printed copy of Mein Kampf, but you can't buy a Dr. Seuss book.
That is true.
And I tell you something, people, I don't think people understand. Have you ever been to a slaughterhouse?
I have not. No, sir.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you something. They don't kick that stock in there kicking and screaming. They don't drag it into the slaughterhouse. They line it up single file, and that stock walks in there, whether it be cattle, hogs, sheep, whatever, and they walk nice and calmly and orderly, single file, right to their own demise. They get thump them once in the head, put them on the hook, send them right down the line. Same way with an execution. They'll walk that man to the chair. They'll walk that man to the gallows. They'll walk that man to the injection table, okay? The government ain't going to drag you kicking and screaming. What they're going to do, they're going to walk you right in to complacency. They ain't going to come to your house, rip you out of your easy chair, and drag you kicking and screaming and throw you in a hole somewhere because you got a gun. What they're going to do, they're going to starve you out to the point, going to make it impossible for you to trade or do anything else till you come walking in there under your own power, lay whatever it is they want you to surrender up on the counter, and then they'll give you a pat on the back and a stamp on the hand saying you good, you can go buy bread and milk now, or whatever the case may be. See, it's not going to be a physical conflict. They're going to force people into a situation where they feel that they've got no choice but to walk in and just lay down for them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you what, man, it's a spooky situation. They got you by the short and curlies, and they know it. And they're passing this voter registration and these mail-in ballots and things. So that tells you right there, people, your vote ain't gonna mean nothing no more, because they're gonna get somebody to fill in them mail-in ballots, and they're gonna bring them in there by the van load. And you know, like I said, it's gonna be just like it was this last time. From now on, there's not going to be any election, just merely appointments. And whoever's got the power, and we all know who's got the power right now, and I've done made up in my mind that they fully intend on keeping that power. They're going to be the ones who decide who gets appointed. And they might try to pass it off as an election, but we'll all know that it's not going to be a genuine election because they won't even investigate the last one. And for people who scream about election insecurities, all of a sudden saying, oh, we got the securest election program in the world, and now we're going to improve it, you know, that ought to tell you something right there. You know, you got to be very careful of people patting you on the back, because 9 times out of 10, they're just looking for a soft place to stick the knife, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. But like I said, I'm a broke down old man. I don't care anyway. You know, I'm going to tell you about my personal situation. I pledge allegiance to the republic for which it stands, not the democracy that's doomed to fail. And I'm going to go out with my boots on, and probably going to have to suffer because of that mindset, no doubt. But you know what? I ain't going to roll over for them, you know. And they might exercise me or run me out to the bushes or whatever, or starve me out or wait me out or whatever, and, you know, and that's fine too, but it's just going to be what it is, you know. And I tell you, the bad thing is this happened so gradually. I mean, this what we're looking at right now started in the 60s. And the people who were warning of it for all them years was deemed fanatics and radicals and crazy, and oh, you're crazy. You know, that'll never happen here. That'll never happen here. I tell you what, it's happening right now. And all the ones throughout, you know, in the last 40, 50 years that are saying this is coming, the ones that got called crazy and fanatics and radicals and everything else, well, they're right, but guess what? It's too late now, you know. Dead right. That's, you know, you've heard the expression dead right?
Yes.
That's exactly what they are. They're dead right, because, you know, they're right, but it's already dead. So, yeah, that's a shame. Like I said, it just makes me sick to think about it, but all of this crap going on, it's just another way to get people in line, and they're doing it. They're using these fear-mongering tactics and using these threats of incarceration and going to lock you up if you don't comply and all of this stuff. And it's like I said, they're just trying to get everybody single file, getting you ready for the knocker, because that's what they do in a slaughterhouse. But they line you up single file, and then them dummies walk in there, heads down, thinking everything's going to be okay. And the next thing you know, whack hook, and you down the line, you know. But that's all I had for tonight. I'm going to get off of here. I got a doctor's appointment in the morning. I'm probably going to have a knee replacement. Well, he's trying to get me to have one. I don't know if I'm going to do it or not, because anybody that goes into a hospital automatically gets COVID, and I don't know if I want to buy into that or not. I've been walking around like Chester from Gunsmoke for about 6 months. I might just have to do that a little while till I fall over, because I ain't too sure I want to go into one of them hospitals. But keep it between the spotted and the solid, pal, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
All right, yeah. Hope that knee feels better. Yeah, thank you so much for checking in. All right. Deranger says, hey, tell Big Moose, tell him I'll be with him by his side. I'll die by his side, and we can make history. Then Dean checks in, old Sylvester. After I shared the whole... What was that? The Newton County Commission about the Second Amendment rights. I said, I just want to let you know that what Newton County is doing, sadly, has no value. The Constitution clearly states that the U.S. Congress has the power to pass anything they want. What needs to be done is to ensure that these laws are fought and not allowed to pass. It is truly a scary time. He shares U.S. Constitution. What is that? Article 6, Section 2. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land. The judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state, to the contrary, notwithstanding. The only way these federal laws can be made invalid is to find them unconstitutional in the Supreme Court. So this fight's not going to be won at the county level or the local level. It's only going to be at the federal level. Now, I did say these types of laws were passed locally by states and local governments in the 1850s. And you know what happened in 1859, right? I pray it does not come to this. God save the USA. All right, that's the direct wording from the Constitution. All right, what are we looking at here? About 12 before the hour. Let's check in with the old monkey gouger this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. We're down here in Texas riding around in the wind, and boy, it's blowing down here tonight, down below Dallas. Did you get a chance to look up that thing I was telling you about last night about the frontline doctors?
I did not. I forgot to pull that up.
Well, I went back and watched that thing again today. And, anybody listening, you need to look that up and look at what that girl's talking about, that doctor. And the thing that gets me, Steve, is 107, 108, 110,000 of them immigrants down there that come up here, they loaded up on the buses. Every damn one of them tested positive for COVID. Now, why hadn't they got this to the federal level that they're endangering the America by spreading this disease? We're trying so damn hard to fight it back, and they're turning people loose up here, to infect people that, just on and on and on. I mean, I've lost faith in the Supreme Court. I don't think they're going to do nothing about it. It's bad, man. I mean, when you get to listen to what they're talking about going on down there, and the governor in the state of Texas right now, the Congress and the Senate are trying to figure a way out to put a stop to it. I know they've increased the patrol down there. They bought 5 or 6 high-power speedboats to kind of enforce, because they have. I didn't know this tonight. I heard the guy talking for the Border Patrol. They've turned off all their electronics, no drone flying, no nothing. Now, what in the hell is Joe Biden thinking about?
I don't know that he's thinking about much. I don't. Can he even think, Monkey Gouger?
Well, we all know he's a puppet. But some of the stuff he's doing, there's 74 million people that voted for President Trump. They ain't going to take this laying down, and they bout at the rope. I mean, Steve, everywhere you go, that's all they're talking about now. You know, people talking about what happened in 1859 and all this stuff. And I mean, it's scary. It's damn scary. About what people are thinking and talking. And I mean, it's all over the board. And a fella come up to me tonight, he was talking to me and asked me, he said, what do you think about what's going on? I said, Bo, I done my part. I put that check in there for Mr. Donald Trump and the rest of the Republicans, and they stole it from us. And that's all this was a steal. And, and people thinking, well, does it do any good to go to the voting box anymore? Yeah, it does. The thing about it is, next year, we just got to make sure everybody got the message to get on board and let's get this Senate and this House taken back. It's the only way we can defeat it. But I tell you, some of the stuff you read about and listen to, and I mean, this country is in turmoil, and people don't realize it. And just like today, I about fell out my seat. I heard Chocolate Meyer and them talking today on the NASCAR chat. Oh yeah, we will have hybrid cars in the next 4 to 5 years. Hybrids are coming to NASCAR, all electric. It's coming. Hey, you done drank. It's really scary at this agenda that they're trying to push. And how do we stop it?
So you're not ready for a silent electric car racing in NASCAR?
Oh no, sir! I like to hear that. I like to hear that sound. I like to smell that gasoline, that burning rubber. And did you see what them Chevrolet done over down there the other day? They put a butt cutting on them Jaffa crappers. I mean, they slayed them.
Down in Miami, right? I think they're off out.
Yeah, down in Miami.
Headed out west this weekend. Lucky thing, because this weekend's going to be kind of a washout in Florida. So.
Yeah, they go into Vegas. I run into some of them boys last night. I run with Chase Elliott driver, and the boy that won the race. They were running together. We all got hooked up there, laughing, cutting up like old times. But Steve, they talk about this CB radio, and I want to tell you, today I witnessed, or they were doing road construction over there in Arkansas in a blind curve, no light, no signs up, no nothing. And I always keep my radio on where I could hear it. And I heard somebody say, break it down, break it down, break it down. I started breaking it down, and everybody got on the radio and started hollering. I think they ought to make it mandatory. Every truck running out here today's got to have a CB radio. We avoided a big smash up over there thanks to old CB. But the other thing I wanted to ask you about is how am I sounding?
Sounds good to me.
Well, while I was off, Debbie ordered me a stellar headset.
Oh, yeah?
And yeah, I'm trying to help support the people that support the show. And I tell you, man, I like this thing. It's doing a great job. I mean, Debbie says I sound good and clear, and it's a heavy duty headset. It's trucker tough. They've done the homework on it, and I want to give a plug out there to Dave and Stellar Electronics. You know, we're trying to get them into every truck in America, but it is a good headset. Really, so far, I'm impressed with it.
That's great. So do you wear just the one ear when you're driving, and then add the duo thing when you're like listening to music or whatever?
Yeah. Well, I just use the one earpiece. So far, I mean, I hadn't plugged that other one up and charged it up yet. I got to get that done. I just hadn't done it. I just grabbed the one earpiece and went trucking, and I've been meaning to tell you that the last couple of nights, and hadn't done it. But yeah, I'm really impressed with the job that it's doing. It's doing a great job, and thank Debbie for getting it for me.
Oh, well, thank you for supporting those who want to support the overnight drive. That's cool.
Yes, sir. Yes, and they do a good job. It's good headset, good made and everything. And I'm happy with it so far.
All right.
But Steve, that's about all I got tonight. We'll call and modulate with you tomorrow night. Make sure you're all right. But hey, look at, before I get off, I got a phone call today. I looked down there and I said, granddaughter. Oh. I picked up the phone. She don't call me granddad. She called me Pig, because ever since she's a baby, all I did was snort at her. And she said, Pig, where you at? I said, I'm in Texas, baby. Well, you need to come home right now. I said, well, what's the problem? She said, I do not like that babysitter. She only gives me one cookie. Said, I can't drink no drinks or nothing. I said, now, you ain't supposed to be telling that. And she said, well, you need to come home right now and get me and take me on the truck. And you keep me. I said, well, you got to go to kindergarten, girlfriend. She says, I'll learn from you. I said, oh, hell. You going to be in trouble there if you learn it from me. I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, you get in that truck, you come get me.
Yeah. Hey, have you spoke to Grump in recent days here? Because he sent me an email this past day about some trucker television show. Has he talked to you about that at all, or no?
Yes, I am supposed to call that. I'm glad you brought that. I'm supposed to call that lady in the morning and see what they're trying to do. He filled me in on some of it. They're out of England over there. And they're looking for truckers to do stories, about the hardship of trucking and find out what it's like to be a trucker. They said that the girl told Grump that, she felt like the truck drivers wasn't getting enough appreciation and that they wanted to do something for them. And so they are trying to line some drivers up, and she ordered a copy of the book so she could read it. And I was asleep, and apparently she tried to call me, and I missed her.
Oh.
But I'm gonna talk to her tomorrow, because we have turned her on to you. And they said there would be no better spokesman for the trucking industry than the one King Steve Sommers. You need to get in touch with him.
Okay. All right. So I hadn't called Grump yet, but I mean, so I got to get a hold of him. I mean, based on the email that he sent me, it looks kind of like. Yeah, first of all, you have to do a pilot, as they call it, a television pilot. But it sounds to me like they're looking to do something for like the regular trucking community. Yeah, of course, kind of like you've got the ice road truckers, or what do they call it? The heavy rescue. About a lot about trucking on the Weather Channel or whatever. And let's see, calling truckers for a television pilot. Is your job affecting your love life, your waistline, your sleep patterns, your mental health? A new television pilot for a major U.S. broadcaster is casting for trucking men and women who are feeling the effects of life on the road and are looking to get their lifestyle, appearance, and or relationships back on track. And your truck cabin could get a makeover too. If you or someone you know could benefit from taking part, or you'd like more information, they've got an email there to get an application form and whatnot, then kind of like, you must be 18 or older, blah, blah, blah. Terms and conditions apply and all that stuff. So, all right, I have to get a hold of the Grump to see what that's all about. I guess he's working with him right now. Said, I'm working, let's see. Oh, this is the response from the woman, I guess, that contacted him. And said, working for a TV production company, offices in the U.S. and the U.K., a brand new trucking series for a major network that shines a light on the people behind the wheel doing one of the most important jobs in the country. Also gives viewers a greater appreciation of the difficulties, the challenges, and that come with such a demanding job. So, sounds like that might be cool. But you start off with the pilot, and we all know how those work. If the pilot program doesn't get any viewership, they're like, okay, never mind. With that, we're up to the top of the hour. Final hour yet to come. Jump on board. Help us roll on into a Thursday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The House passed a sweeping election reform bill late Wednesday night. The For the People Act of 2021 passed the chamber by a 220 to 210 vote. Some of the provisions in the bill include automatic voter registration, mandates for early voting periods, and the restoration of voting rights for some felons. Democrats say the legislation is necessary as Republican-controlled state legislatures have proposed a number of changes to their voting laws since the election last November. In a speech on the House floor, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said Democrats were using the bill to make sure they get reelected. The measure heads to the Senate, where it's expected to meet stiff resistance from Senate Republicans. And the House of Representatives have also canceled all votes scheduled for Thursday after Capitol Police announced they had intelligence that suggests a militia group may try to breach the Capitol building. In a tweet, the department said they were increasing manpower to already heightened security measures on Capitol Hill. Police say they are taking the intelligence seriously, but did not disclose any further details. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Several states have begun pulling back on their COVID restrictions, with Texas and Mississippi announcing Tuesday they were ending their mask mandates and all restrictions on business operations. On Wednesday, President Biden called the moves a mistake made with Neanderthal thinking.
I think it's a big mistake. Look, I hope everybody's realized by now these masks make a difference. The last thing we need is the Neanderthal thinking that in the meantime everything's fine, take off your mask, forget it. It still matters.
Mississippi Republican Governor Tate Reeves says the president's reaction shows a lack of trust in the American people. He tells Fox News that restrictions were needed to protect his state's healthcare system. But as new cases and hospitalizations fall in the state and more Mississippians are vaccinated, that protection is no longer needed.
So we no longer have a healthcare crisis in our state, and so we've got to allow our people to make good decisions. The fact is, I trust Mississippians and I trust Americans to do what's best for themselves and their family.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Dolly Parton has received her first shot of COVID vaccine, a shot whose development she helped fund. Lance Pry has the details from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
Dolly Parton is getting a dose of her own medicine.
Vaccine, 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 vaccine. I'm begging of you, please don't hesitate. Vaccine, 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 vaccine. 'Cause once you're dead, then that's a bit too late. I know I'm trying to be funny now, but I'm dead serious about the vaccine.
A year ago in April, Dolly donated $1 million to Vanderbilt University Medical Center's efforts to combat COVID-19, which included Moderna's vaccine trial and clinical research. In the footnotes of the New England Journal of Medicine's announcement about Moderna's vaccine, it's credited to the Dolly Parton COVID-19 Research Fund. We're coming out of this coronavirus nightmare as long as we all stick to the plan. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And New York Yankees manager Aaron Boone is taking a medical leave of absence after having surgery on Wednesday to have a pacemaker installed. Yankees general manager Brian Cashman said the surgery went well and Boone is recovering, and that his 47-year-old manager may be back to work in a few days.
This is an outpatient situation, and you can be up and running within 24 to 48 hours and back to normal. And just the way he communicated with me put me at ease, that, if he's good, I felt my takeaway was if he's really in a good place, then I'm in a good place, and, because all I care about is him.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And that's where we kick off our final hour here on a Thursday morning. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let me jump into some of our industry headlines, starting in the Sunshine State. What do we see here? Troopers with the Florida Highway Patrol hiding in plain sight in the cab of a semi-truck in order to catch dangerous drivers, part of the enforcement operation taking place this week. Florida is one of 13 states that are participating in Operation Drive Safe, they're calling it. Operation Drive Safe. Distracted, reckless, impaired visibility enforcement. Troopers are concentrating on patrolling I-95, I-10, and I-75. Looking for all the above, distracted, reckless, impaired drivers. And they're using the Florida Highway Patrol marked semi-truck to their advantage in this enforcement effort. And they got a semi-truck that looks like a cop car or a big cop truck. From the cab of the semi, troopers are able to look down into passenger vehicles. They can see drivers texting or performing other dangerous driving behaviors. They can also take advantage of the fact that many drivers are not on guard for law enforcement in a semi-truck, even though the truck is marked. Highway Patrol has used marked semi-trucks in enforcement activities for a number of years now. We seized this truck years ago from a drug dealer, believe it or not. Highway Patrol Lieutenant Derek Roming tells CDL Life that the Highway Patrol's Office of Commercial Vehicle Enforcement actually has 3 marked semi-trucks. They're used in various capabilities, including traffic enforcement details. A sworn trooper with the required endorsement observes commercial motor vehicle operators driving aggressively, driving in the left lane, using the cellular device, following too close, not wearing a seatbelt, whatever it might be. The semi-truck driver will observe the violation, then radio to a commercial vehicle enforcement trooper working that detail, who then stops the vehicle, takes the appropriate enforcement action, which may include a vehicle inspection. These semi-trucks are properly equipped to initiate a traffic stop. However, they're used primarily just as a spotter. Semi-trucks are also used to pull our no-zone demonstration trailer that they use for local outreach. Yeah, that was the stay out of the no zone. That was for many, many years. All right, this guy here says, truck drivers, we've seen it all, but you never know what you might find on your next trip out on over the road. And this particular driver says it's no exception. Yeah, traveling along U.S. Highway 26 in Wyoming, spotted some animals on the road, turned on his camera just in time to where he got footage of a couple of bison running alongside his rig. He did make sure to alert emergency vehicles down the road that there were bison in the road nearby. They did get safely off the highway, but, he said, in all my years of trucking, I'm glad I actually passed them because it kind of forced them off the road. Yep. You're out there trucking where the deer and the antelope play, you know it. Then, of course, CDL Life had the video that he shared there. Then in Tennessee, last little tidbit, there's a bill that would grant immunity to drivers that unintentionally injure someone blocking a highway that was introduced this week. Scheduled for review by the House Criminal Justice Committee. Now, according to ABC 6, the bill would advance intentionally blocking or obstructing a highway from a Class B or C misdemeanor to a Class E felony. It would also apply to railways, waterways, and even hallways. Now, this is all based on going back to the protests and these people taking to the interstates and whatnot, shutting down traffic. Anything considered a place used for passage of persons, vehicles, or conveyances. Now, a Class E felony is punishable by up to 6 years in prison. This might be the incentive for these people to stay the hell out of the roadway when you're doing your so-called peaceful protests. The bill would also include the granting of immunity to any driver who unintentionally injures or hurt someone blocking these passageways. It also imposes a $3,000 fine mandatory for anyone blocking the road. Any driver who exercises due care in that situation would be ineligible for prosecution for injury or even death. Tell the protesters, stay off the road. Get out of the damn road. All right, back to our calls here. Pup, thanks for hanging in there. What's going on this morning, Pup?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Hey, I've got to give old Big Moose big old dittos like they used to give Rush Limbaugh. I feel the same way on that deal. But, hey, you was talking about strange things you see on the highway. I was on 76 there, dropping down into Denver one time. This is quite a ways out of town. I kept seeing something coming at me and something coming at me. And, they always say when you're real tired, you probably see pink elephants. Well, I started slowing way down. And pretty soon, coming east on the westbound side of 76, there was an ostrich.
Really?
He just running down the road. Yeah. He must have escaped off somebody's farm or something out there. But hey, the main reason I called in was maybe you could help your IT guys out on this. On the app side, it's like your bumper music is not getting shut off like at the top and bottom of the hour, and it just keeps cutting in and out real bad on you guys when you're talking commercials and everything. But before I switched over to YouTube, it was getting to the point of, I don't know if you have a headset or not, but the guys that do will know what I'm talking about. If you leave your phone in the truck and you leave your headset on and start talking and you get too far out, it's like it's all garbly, gooky stuff. It's like it wasn't streaming smoothly and running good together. And I couldn't make heads or tails out of it on the app anymore, so I switched over to YouTube.
Okay.
So I don't know if that would help your and another funny thing, when I switched, they might know this, I don't know, but it was like the YouTube was running at about, and I never changed anything on my phone or my radio, but it was like it was running like 2 or 3 decibels higher on the volume. So I don't know if any of that is any kind of help for your IT guys or not.
Okay. Yeah, I know that there's. I can track the number of people that are listening on the app, and the number is actually about half of what it would have been like last night. And I'm assuming that's because people, like yourself, jumped off and went. As far as like for the app itself, that bumper music, it's a streaming service, and in the background, supposedly that bumper music just runs consistently, and if it loses signal, that's when you hear, rather than having silence, that bumper starts playing. So I don't know if there's a way to change that or not.
And it was getting to the point that even the bumper music was coming in real staticky and like garbly gooped and running together. It was getting pretty bad, and I really do like that app, but I had to shut it off. It was getting to the point. I thought, well, hopefully YouTube ain't that way, but I thought maybe that'll help you out a little bit and what have you. So, but other than that, I don't want to get into politics. It just pisses me off anymore. But Monkey Gouge was right. There is a lot of talk like you've never heard before out here. So I hope nothing comes to fruition. But
yeah,
it is getting pretty bad. So. But other than that, you have a good day, Steve, and we'll talk at you later, buddy.
All right. Thank you so much for checking in. Have a good morning. And don't forget, if you haven't made this transition yet over to if you're YouTube or the Facebook with the video and whatnot, make the change from the Hot Shot Secret YouTube or Facebook over to the Overnight Drive Radio, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on YouTube and or Facebook, because they're going to stop streaming on the Hot Shot Secret stream here in the next couple of days. All right, who's next up here? Ron, I believe, is next. Quickly to Ron. Good morning. What's happening?
Now this would be Fly Rod. Good morning,
okay.
Steve.
Okay. Hello, Fly Rod.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? Staying busy out there?
Very busy, very busy. Steve, that bill you were just talking about, was that a House bill that was introduced into the Congress?
That was Tennessee specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, would that cover one of those moments where you're making a turn or them folks are all standing out there jumping up and down protesting and you just accidentally hit one? Would that cover one of those moments where it's, oops?
I'm thinking that's pretty much what it's designed to cover. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to just put the hammer down and plow through a big crowd, but if there was an oopsie moment, I think that would cover you.
Well, that's what I would think too. I'm curious, how's your governor Mike DeWine doing since now that the elections are all over? I know there for quite a while he was under a lot of controversy. Has he straightened his act up and fell in line with the Democrats, or is he still being a rhino?
We're not hearing nearly as I don't hear much out of DeWine anymore. The legislature there in Columbus did Yeah, they stripped a lot of his powers as far as making any of these shutdowns and restrictions for the businesses and all that. Yeah, like several other states, they went to the process of saying, if you want to make some sort of an emergency declaration, it's good for 30 days, but you can't go 90, 120, 6 months. You've got 30 days. Then anything else that you want to pursue as far as shutdowns has to be approved by the House and the Senate, or the Congress there in Columbus.
Well, that's good. I really used to like Mike DeWine back in the day, and then I can't remember what all he ran. Wasn't he in Congress to begin with?
DeWine, I forget what all he's been here in this state.
Yeah, I don't remember specifically what he did back in the day either, but I remember I used to always appreciate him. But then when he got into the governorship, of course, I don't live up there anymore, but I thought, boy, this guy sure turned out to be a traitor. But I digress. The reason I'm calling is I want to give my rant. Do you care if you give me the green light?
Go ahead. Lay it on us. What you got?
Well, yesterday, of course, when Eagle called in, and wasn't cue ball, no, Cool Breeze called in. No disrespect to those gentlemen at all whatsoever, but I'm like you, Steve, and so many other of us. It's time to open up 100%. Throw these damn masks in the trash can where they belong. They ain't worth the flip anyway. And let's get back to work. If you're afraid to go to a restaurant or go to a grocery store and you feel like you got to have a mask, well, then have at it, Sonny. We're not stopping you, but don't you damn sure come tell me I got to put one on. My wife Tammy, she gets so aggravated because we'll go into stores sometimes and I just flat out refuse to wear a mask. Flat out refuse to wear it. And we've gone into Costco and they absolutely mandate it. You can't walk in the door without having to have a mask on. But luckily, we only go into Costco once a month. But anyway, it just really jerks my chain when I go in somewhere and I see all these ass jackers wearing these masks and even going down the road, Steve. There's nobody in the car with you, not a soul, when they got the mask on. Oh yeah, how about the ones that were walking up and down the street or out in the field or a park or something or a parking lot? And guess what? They've got a mask on and there's no one around. Clean, fresh air, and they're wearing that damn mask. I just do not understand that. And then the other rant is that how dare this Congress and this Senate and now, of course, this new president wanted to force us to keep wearing these masks, and yet they have the audacity to try to pass all these legislative bills like this new $1.9 trillion bill that, by the way, is, 92% non-COVID related?
Yeah, somewhere in that vicinity.
And they want us... Yeah, and they have the audacity to expect us to bankroll it. Meanwhile, the southern border is being flooded with illegals crossing the border with absolutely no check whatsoever. They're not testing them, as my understanding. I could be wrong. And they're not wearing no masks or social distancing as they come in by the flood. It just, Steve, I'm just fed up with it.
Well, believe it or not, Fly Rod, they are actually testing them for COVID, and if they do come back positive, they're letting them go anyway. They're just releasing them.
The catch and release, in other words.
That was one of the stories, the headlines this past day. They've confirmed at least 108 illegals that have crossed into Texas have been released out into the community.
Wow.
Just letting them go.
Well, that's right. That is criminal. Well, I'll jump off here and let someone else call in, but that was my rant. So if you see old Fly Rod in the truck stops or Fuel Island or in the store somewhere, and I'm the guy that's not wearing the mask, you'll know that's me. But I thank you for taking my...
you got it. Hey, yeah, thanks for chiming in. Yeah, they've actually come out and admitted there's been at least 108 released by the Border Patrol in Texas who have tested positive for COVID after their arrival. Spokesperson for the Texas border city of Brownsville said municipality officials are advising the migrants. Yeah, right. They're advising them. You need to quarantine and you need to follow the guidelines from the Centers for Disease Control. You've got someone who just crossed the border into the United States illegally. They're not abiding by the laws or the rules of the United States. And you think they're going to abide by you telling them to go quarantine? Are you nuts? That's how stupid they are. But they said, we don't have the authority to prevent those who tested positive from going elsewhere in the United States. Romero said the illegal immigrants with COVID represent 6.3% of the total number who've been rapid tested at the main bus station. City officials tell Telemundo that they're advising migrants with coronavirus to go to some of the nonprofits in the area for help in finding a place where they can isolate. But several illegals who tested positive said they're going to go on. They're headed to their destination in other cities. A worker for one of the bus companies at the terminal said passengers have to wear masks on board and use hand sanitizer gel, but we're not allowed to ask travelers for COVID test results before they can get on the bus. Now, you know, someone COVID positive on a packed out bus, yeah, there's a good likelihood they're going to be transmitting, right? Illegals are usually released with a permit or under supervision with an ankle monitor. Once they arrive at their destination, they're supposed to continue their asylum processes in an attempt to stay in the United States. But yeah, we're letting them in. And even if they're COVID positive, we're letting them in. Hard to believe, but what's happening, Sylvester?
What's up, brother? All right. Okay. This is really simple. So you read my email a minute ago.
Correct.
2 minutes ago. And I got a message from somebody advocating the murder of federal employees, referring them as feds. First off, let's think about this. This person did this on Facebook Messenger. All right? Not really bright, is it there, Steve?
I would think not.
No, not real smart. So to start with, and my single response was, if you're advocating the murder of federal agents or feds, then I don't want anything to do with you. And I immediately blocked them. Look, I'm sorry, but we need to do what we can within the legal limits of the law. We need to use the law on our side. Most of these people that are saying, it's like the whole Newton County thing. I appreciate what they're trying to do. I was born and raised in Kennesaw, Georgia, where they had a law where if you were over the age of 18, you were required by law to own a firearm until it was repealed several years ago. And it was unenforceable. These things that they're doing, they're totally unenforceable. They have no basis of law. They can't enforce it. I don't want to see my country thrown into a civil war, a revolution, or that. I don't want to see that. I don't think that we're to a point in that yet. And also it's like in a fight when you're fighting somebody. So if somebody takes a swing at you, yeah, come on, swing back. End the fight. I've been saying this for a long time. There are many circumstances where this country has made mistakes
We've elected people we shouldn't have. I lost you. No, that's Susan calling me. She'll have to wait. And I got to tell you, Steve, I don't think we're to that point. Am I still on?
Yeah, we got you. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I looked down and didn't see it was still connected. I don't want to see. I do not want to see this happen to my country. Yes, I'm living in Australia now, but I took a vow in 1983, raised my right hand, and I vowed to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I haven't changed that. So that hasn't changed in my life. I have no intention of changing that. Am I over here? Sure. Am I still able to make a difference? Look, I'm going to do what I can. I will do everything that I'm able to. I'm too old, too fat, too slow to do anything else. But I will tell you, talking on Facebook about doing these things, the only thing that you're doing is making yourself into a statistic where you're going to get, have a visit from somebody that will basically make it so you're not going to be able to participate in anything anyway. You really have to be considerate of the technology, who owns the technology. It's like your cell phone, mate. I got to tell you, the NSA knows everything that you say on it. There are keywords that they listen to.
Mm-hmm.
There are key phrases that they listen to, and it automatically puts you into a watch list.
Trying to remember what the name of that. I think it was that the Echelon system or something like that they had years ago, and they built that massive facility, I think, out in Utah. And they're talking about, what is it, yottabytes or whatever, the amount of information they can store. It's absolutely, it's all there. But hey, we'll pause right there. We got to get a news break, but we return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The House passed a sweeping election reform bill late Wednesday night. The For the People Act of 2021 passed the chamber by a 220 to 210 vote. Some of the provisions in the bill include automatic voter registration, mandates for early voting periods, and the restoration of voting rights for some felons. Democrats say the legislation is necessary as Republican-controlled state legislatures have proposed a number of changes to their voting laws since the election last November. In a speech on the House floor, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said Democrats were using the bill to make sure they get reelected. The measure heads to the Senate, where it's expected to meet stiff resistance from Senate Republicans. And the House of Representatives have also canceled all votes scheduled for Thursday after Capitol Police announced they had intelligence that suggests a militia group may try to breach the Capitol building. In a tweet, the department said they were increasing manpower to already heightened security measures on Capitol Hill. Police say they are taking the intelligence seriously, but did not disclose any further details. This is USA Radio News.
In today's day and age, it's refreshing to find a company with values that match yours. And it's even more extraordinary when the products they make exceed your expectation in every way. That's what Michael's Naturopathic Programs has done for over 30 years. With more than 50 tried and truthful high-potency formulas, Michael's Naturopathic Programs give your body what it needs. No more guessing what herbs or vitamin, amino acid, or mineral you need. With Michael's, it's all in one bottle. From cardiovascular support to weight management to nervous system support to detox and cleansing and more. Michael's Naturopathic Programs work. They have to. Michael himself has been giving them to his family from the very start. Visit michaelshealth.com and get your tried and truthful formulation today. That's MICHAELS health.com. MICHAELS health.com.
Get a special discount when you input the code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg for your special discount.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
All right, thanks for hanging in there. Back for our final segment on a Thursday morning, which means Friday, right around the corner. Chris Gabrelchik joins us for our Friday morning show. He's agreed to, like, the first Friday of each month, join us on the program, talk about the latest, what's going on. Hot Shot Secret products, helping you diagnose issues with your engines or whatever the case might be. So he will be here to take your calls tomorrow night. So be thinking about what you want to ask Chris. Surely a lot of folks have some questions, and he'll be happy to answer. All right, let me get back up to Sylvester. Thanks for hanging in there as we come back on a Thursday morning. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Hey, Kevin. Hey, thanks, man. So, we've got a bad situation in the U.S. right now. And, the whole cancel culture thing, I think this kind of thing is kind of the same regard. It's kind of the same thing. Cancel culture, I don't like what you're saying, so you should be, you should have your voice taken away. I don't want to see this. I don't want to hear this. We've softened up. We no longer have the ability to have discourse. We no longer have the ability to have a discussion. We have to have our way instead of having the ability to listen. I can't remember who it was that called your show, and they're saying, look, even if they believe something different to what I believe, I don't mind hearing them. Somebody was saying something about Bernie Sanders, I think it was. I'd rather hear him be honest about his beliefs than have someone lie to me like a McConnell or some, one of those rhinos like that. And I agree. Well, I think it was Cue Ball. I think it was Cue Ball that said that. I could be wrong, Steve. If I am, let me know. That was Steve, Cue Ball, Steve. And I'm kind of the same way in that I'd rather hear you, disagree with me honestly than lie to me and then turn around and stick it to my beliefs. That was one reason why I never wavered from who I believed in back in the 2016 election. I did a lot of research before I chose who I wanted for president. The Constitution is something that's very near and dear to my heart. I've spoken about it for years and years and years. I mean, how many times have I called you and we've talked about the Constitution? I'll never forget that Bubba once, I called into Bubba's show and I called into your show during the week, and we'd been talking about the Constitution, and he called me, Professor Sylvester, and I said, yeah, don't do that. Don't call me that. But it's near and dear to my heart because it's something that if we adhere to this document as it is written, it's kind of like the Bible, then there are a lot of things that are going to be difficult at times, but honestly, we will be better off as a society. The whole thing about legal immigration, if we adhere to the laws, then we would be so much better off. People that come into this country are breaking a law, period. They should not be allowed in this country. They should be punished for that and then sent out. And if they're caught again, they should be punished more severely. That's what happens if you are a drunk driver. If you get a DUI, you get a violation and you get punished. You get a second violation, you get punished more severely, don't you? Third one, if you get a third one, you may even lose your ability to drive. Your privilege to drive. Maybe that's what we need to be doing with this. Unfortunately, you know what? I think those laws are probably already on the books. Now, as far as, the gun laws go, I remember growing up. Now, I've owned firearms my entire life. And people are saying, oh, but you live in Australia, you can't own guns. Yeah, I got news for you people. Don't believe everything that you hear. Most of the people that I know, especially in the country, own firearms over here. Well, they don't own a machine gun. Yeah, no, they don't own machine guns. But it's also very difficult to own a machine gun in the States, too. A fully automatic firearm. You have to go through a lot of paperwork, checks, inspections, background checks, proctological exams, mental tests and things like that to be able to do that. So it's not exactly easy. And I know that because I think my brother's gone through that, but I digress. So anyway, the thing is that when you talk about gun control in the States, and I remember growing up, I used to hear it said, you outlaw guns and only outlaws will own guns. Well, I say this to people over here because they go, look at all the gun violence in the States. I say, yeah, look at all the gun violence of people that actually own the guns legally. I said, look, I owned guns since I was 9 years old. I got my first gun. I got it was a shotgun. No, was I 9? Let's see. No, yeah, about 9. And, I never killed anybody. I never even, shot at it to hurt anybody. Now, if you talk about a BB gun, yes, I used to shoot my brother and my sister. Right. That's not the story. Yeah. But the thing is that, you're taught about firearms at a young age, how to respect them and all that kind of stuff. The vast majority of people that are killed in the U.S. are killed by illegal guns owned by people that aren't supposed to own guns. And they're, like most people say, they are in states and cities that are run by whom?
Democrats.
Not Republicans. Democrats. And then these are the people, too, that this House Resolution 1, they want to give back their voting rights to. What we should be doing, instead of going around saying, we need to start killing feds, what we need to do is we need to start fighting this aberrant cabal, this Democratic Party that's going around telling people that they're in it to help us, because they're not. What we got to do is we have to get people to see and educate them, and so that they see what's really going on. Now we have a problem. The media is owned by the left. Especially social media is owned by the left. So we have to find a way to get that information out without using Facebook or having an underlying way of doing that. Getting on Facebook in any of its forms and making the comments that this moron made to me is not going to accomplish that.
Yeah.
The only thing you're going to do is you're going to get a little visit from the feds, and you're going to be shut up.
The email you sent me here a bit ago, kind of clarifying that, the federal law is the law of the land. I always thought there were still state rights and whatnot, but H.R. 1 is essentially telling the 33 states right now that have voter identification laws. You show your ID when you go in to vote. The H.R. 1 is essentially the feds telling all those states, you are not allowed to ask for an identification for someone that wants to vote.
Right. So the thing is that the Congress can pass any law that they want. I stated that in my comment to you, my email. What happens, though, is that law then is challenged by a state or by a series of states and taken to where? The Supreme Court. Now, I know, the Supreme, one of the things that was said by this individual, how can you trust the courts? Well, the thing is that the courts have to have a correct argument brought to them. So it has to be formulated in the way that will be able to be heard by them. You can't go directly to the Supreme Court. You actually have to go the steps to it. A circuit court can then, appeals court can then send it to the Supreme Court, or they can not, have it carry on. We have to make sure that it does. So we have to get really, really smart people. I'm not one of them, to have this in the states, started locally in the states, to actually go against this. If you remember what happened with Obamacare, it was portions of it, not all of it, but portions of it were deemed as what? Unconstitutional.
Unconstitutional.
So it basically took cut the testicles off of it. And am I allowed to say that?
Yes.
Is that okay? That's the gender specific, isn't it? Oh, I apologize. Anyway, sorry.
And that's where, I apologize. We got to move ahead here real quick, Sylvester. But yes, you're looking to take away. How can you take it to the Supreme Court? And what's the argument to say? I was in line at Walmart the other day. I don't go there very often, but had something I had to pick up, maybe a birthday gift or something. And there was a guy that was born in 1954 in front of me. I know that because he pulled out his ID. He had to pull out his ID because he was trying to buy a 12-pack of beer. I mean, she can I see your ID? I said, I don't think he's 21. She said, well, we have to ID everyone. No matter what, we have to ID everyone to purchase beer. You could be 64 years old. Be 70 years old. You got to show an identification to buy a damn beer. But the Democrat Party with H.R. 1 is trying to say no one is required to show an identification to vote for the President of the United States, or anyone else for that matter. Who would have thought we would be coming to something like this? Now, I wanted to move over to Fly Rod, asked me about Mike DeWine. There was actually a story here from yesterday, day before, in regards to DeWine and the state of Ohio. You go back, we're 1 year in now. Yesterday was the anniversary, 1 year in. It was March 3rd of 2020. Mike DeWine takes to the news conference room at the State House, announcing the first of what was to become a long list of controversial decisions to deal with COVID. A year ago, he said, we're all concerned about the spread of COVID-19. Of course, right there, flanked by his side, Amy Acton, along with the mayor of Columbus and the Columbus health director, to which Amy said, the situation is going to spread. On that first official day of the crisis, talked about a handful of cases in Ohio that were under investigation. That was the official start of the crisis in Ohio, because that's when DeWine announced his first COVID-related restrictions. No spectators could attend the upcoming Arnold Classic that normally draws 22,000 people, and even more fans around the world, named after Arnold Schwarzenegger. The former California governor joining DeWine on the telephone during the conference, voicing his support for that decision. Little did DeWine know at the time, later that month, he would be ordering most Ohioans to stay home. Businesses that are not declared essential have to shut down. A massive slump in the state's economy, leading to widespread unemployment. Almost immediately, the unemployment compensation system was overwhelmed, and it still hasn't recovered. Protesters taking to the State House decrying DeWine's action. This is not constitutional. Some targeted Dr. Acton. She later quit, rather than put up with demonstrators outside her home. More restrictions followed as the case numbers increased. We implemented the statewide mask mandate, a nighttime curfew. As the hospitalizations began to subside, the curfew shrank, that eventually was removed completely. By January of this year, the promise of vaccines started to become a reality. Now, how do other lawmakers, in particular, this is from WHIO out of Dayton, Ohio, how do other Miami Valley lawmakers view his handling of this crisis? Representative Jenna Powell says, absolutely horrible. There are many ways we could have done better for Ohioans. Powell believes DeWine overreacted. He exceeded his authority, shutting down the economy. She's remained one of his biggest critics in the State House. By the way, she's a fellow Republican. They're on the same political party. Democrat Representative Willis Blackshear of Dayton said DeWine, he handled it well at the beginning. He started off on the right thing, on the right foot. I guess he was doing what he could with the information we had at the time. But the freshman legislator said over time, too many decisions coming from the governor's office. It became political. I'd tell the governor, put politics aside and actually listen to the experts, even though the state is observing the 1 year mark in the crisis. Ohio remains under a series of emergency orders from the state health department. Republican lawmakers still considering a pair of plans to limit the governor's authority to launch these emergency orders. I could have sworn they passed that, but I guess, according to this from WHIO, they did not pass it yet. Again, Powell's anxious for one of these to pass. It should have happened in March of 2020, she said. DeWine says he's going to review the state's response to the crisis over the past year at his next briefing, which is expected to take place today, no less. 1 year in. All right, let me jump back up here to the Roadmaster. How you been, Roadmaster?
Doing just fine. How's the living legend this morning?
Yeah. Plug away. Doing all right. How about where are you checking in from this morning?
I'm just west of Dayton, Ohio.
Oh, okay.
On 70, headed east. Going to Virginia Beach, Virginia for in the morning. One comment I get, and I got a question. The man that was talking earlier about how the animals lined up and, walked right into their demise and all this, looks to me like that's the mark of the beast. That's just exactly the way it looks to me. That's just, they make you, said if you don't surrender something, then you can buy and sell and get milk and bread for your family and all that.
Sure.
That sounds just like the mark of the beast. And I'm not thumping the Bible on anybody. I'm just saying, that could be that. The comment what I really need is I need Hot Shot Secret's new phone number. They texted it to me, but I can't find out, or they sent it to me. I don't know how it did. It just flashed up on my phone one day, but I need to order some more product. Do you have it?
I wasn't aware that they had a new phone number. I'll pull it up real quick here. See what we can find here. Go to the hotshotsecret.com webpage. I know they got the toll free. I see 800-341-6516.
800-341-6516.
That is correct.
Okay. I stopped back there at the TA there as I come into Ohio, and I bought everything they had.
Oh.
But they still didn't have as much as what I did. I cleaned the shelf off.
Wow.
But they didn't have enough. They didn't. There's some of the products they didn't carry. I bought all the 6 eliminator they had. I'm going to change oil in my truck this weekend. So, but anyway, sometimes it's a little bit hard to find. But I need to order some stuff. I use the everyday fuel treatment now. I changed everything I got to Hot Shot. So that's thanks to you.
Well, you go on the website there and order. Use the Overnight Drive coupon code when you check out. That'll get you 10% off. And, of course, you're obviously a CDL holder. You get another 10%. So you'll save 20% on everything, whatever you order.
Yeah, I know. I just happened. I didn't want to take a chance on not getting it by this weekend.
Okay.
The eliminator to go in my oil. So
gotcha. Okay.
But anyway, I've got enough to give the rest of the week as far as the EDT, but I need to get some extra product in. I hate to run out. So, but that was all. Everything's fine. The weather's great. My truck's clean finally. So for tonight, life is good because that could change.
That's so true.
In trucking, you know how that goes. But everything's fine. Good to hear from you again, buddy.
Thank you for checking
Hang
in.
there.
You got it. And if we don't talk to you before, have a great weekend. All right, then our final moments here. Yeah, I saw the headline this past day. We've got a problem. America has a problem. Well, almost 28 trillion of them. The national debt has ballooned to an astounding $27.9 trillion. Can you even put that in perspective? All right, if you stack $100 bills on top of each other, $1 million would be about 3 feet tall. The height of a chair or a toddler. If you keep on stacking the $100 bills, eventually past the peak of the world's tallest building, going a little over half a mile into the air, that would be $1 billion. But we're going for $1 trillion. This would have you stacking $100 bills into the stratosphere and past the International Space Station. You would have to stack those $100 bills 631 miles above the Earth's crust. Now that would equal $1 trillion. So now imagine 28 stacks of 631 mile-high $1 bills. That's America's debt. Now that you have an understanding, well, how worried should you be about it? Well, that answer To answer that question, they spoke to an economics professor at Mississippi College. The national debt, according to Dr. Bolin, is a serious problem that the coronavirus has only inflamed due to the trillions of dollars we've spent on relief packages, on top of the mounting expense of Social Security benefits, which is only going to increase the debt over time. This has led America on a trajectory that many economists say is not sustainable. When it comes to the question of who holds America's debt, most people think the answer is China. While it is technically true, China only holds a small percentage of it. We're talking just over $1 trillion. You might be surprised to learn there are many foreign holders of U.S. public debt, including Japan. They hold the most, $1.26 trillion. The UK, Ireland, even Switzerland, all together, these countries have taken on about $7 trillion of America's debt. That's only 25%. So who holds the rest? In a nutshell, it's us. They call it international debt. All right, wish we had more time to delve more into that, but just think about that. $100 bills stacked 631 miles high, but we need 28 stacks of that nature. That's our debt in the United States. Yes, we've got a problem. Thanks for being with us. Come back tonight. Chris Grabelchik will join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my